and we welcome you into day 3 of our Fordham radio coverage of Radio Row here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Super Bowl 59 coming up in just a few days. We're going to kick this show off right away with an interview. It's Aaron Schatz, the Chief Analytics Officer of FTN Fantasy, and the man they call the founding father of football analytics. I'm amped up. I'm baseball, hockey fan. I love analytics, but I've never been able, I think James and Nick are in the same way, never been really able to sink our teeth into football analytics, so I'm really amped up to talk some.
Oh, thanks, man. I mean, there's so much. I started off as a baseball guy when I was a kid. I grew up reading Bill James, and then I became a big football fan, and nobody was really doing this stuff 20 years ago. So I started doing it when no one really was, just analyzing things on a play-by-play level. And by 2004, this was actually my full-time career, and I've been doing it for over 20 years.
So can you talk about what was the starting point in terms of making your analytical models? Did you take inspiration from, I think baseball analytics has been around
Absolutely.
the longest, but it's obviously present in most sports at this point.
There was a book called The Hidden Game of Football that came out, the original version, I believe, in 1986, and the second version in, 96. And I took some ideas from that, and also I was a Patriots fan in 2002, and they missed the playoffs after winning the Super Bowl the year before. You know, nobody knew what was coming, and there were local writers who were saying, they missed the playoffs because they couldn't establish the run. And that didn't make sense to me. So I'm like, I'm going to go count runs and find out whether it really matters whether you establish the run or not. And, of course, we know now it doesn't, that you get most of your runs by running out the clock late in games, not by running the ball early in games and being unsuccessful at it. And so that was the start of what I do now.
Something I wanted to ask you, Aaron, is baseball analytics, I feel like, is something that's much more at the forefront in terms of public knowledge, in terms of, I feel like fans are more engaged with something like baseball analytics compared to something like football. Do you see that football analytics is a little bit maybe not quite as in the public eye as something like baseball?
Oh, sure, it's behind a bit, but the fact is that it's come to the forefront over the last few years. Number one, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl after the 2017 season, they were a very analytically inclined team, especially when it came to going forward on fourth downs. The whole league changed its mindset on fourth downs after that, which is, and started doing much more analytics about in-game decision-making. And then the other is the next-gen stats. The chips in the pads, the tracking of all 22 players has opened up this fire hose of data that shoots at all 32 teams that their analytics departments can really sink their teeth into. I think that was a mixed metaphor, but we're okay.
To that end, specifically, what are points and metrics of data, certain things that are now really valuable? I think reading through some of your blogs, the DVOA comes up a lot. Can you explain what that is in layman's terms?
That's my main metric that I created 21 years ago. What it stands for is defense adjusted value over average. What we do is we give every play a success rating based on the down and distance. 10-yard play, 2nd and 1, that's a great play. 10-yard play, 3rd and 15, that's usually a failure. So we do that, then we compare it to a league average baseline that is adjusted for situation and opponent. That way we can compare years to other years. I actually have all the play-by-play in the NFL going all the way back now to 1978.
Oh, my
Wow.
goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know how closely you follow hockey, but last year it was a local fan-made analytics site called Cap Friendly that got bought by the Washington Capitals. That's the model that they use now. Obviously, analytics is seeping more into football, but do you think you could see some of these fan-made or local-made analytical metrics get inherited by NFL teams? Is it already happening?
Absolutely. There's a thing called the Big Data Bowl, which is a competition that the NFL has where they release 9 or 10 weeks of the tracking data from a couple of years ago and basically let anybody create new metrics with it as a contest. People involved in that contest has been hired by numerous NFL teams. It is absolutely a way in. If you're a college kid and you want to do analytics, get involved in the Big Data Bowl. Absolutely, people have gone straight from college to working for NFL teams through that. I've talked to a couple of NFL teams in the past about working for them, but I'm very wedded to where I live. I live in Massachusetts. I'm near my kid, so I haven't really wanted to move anywhere else.
And Aaron, with the NFL awards last night, you released your award ballot and a whole article sort of justifying all of your different decisions. I think before we get into the nitty-gritty of your picks, why do you feel that it's important to release something like that rationalizes the choices you made as a voter.
Yeah, this is the first year that they actually released all of our votes for all 50 people, which I think is great. I think everybody should know how they voted. I think everybody wants to know when there's a weird vote, why did you vote that way? What was your thought process? Obviously, I'm somewhat famous now for the fact that last year I was the only person who didn't vote for Lamar Jackson for MVP. I voted for Josh Allen. It's ironic. This year I voted for Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen won the thing. So as far as I'm concerned, they both have the right number of MVPs, just in the wrong years. But I want people to know how they vote. I voted because I go through a whole thing of trying to figure out what my votes are going to be and looking at different numbers and watching film and trying to combine it all. So I want people to sort of follow my thought process.
So now let's hone in on that. Why Lamar this year and not Josh Allen?
Now, I know there are some advanced stats that had them basically neck and neck. By my stats, Jackson had a much better year than Allen did. Jackson had one of the top 10 most valuable quarterback seasons going back to 1978. He was absolutely fantastic. Now, I think you can make a little bit of an argument that perhaps he had slightly better teammates, but it's not that much of a difference. They both have very good running backs. They both are heavily dependent on tight ends. They have similar pass-blocking offensive lines. So I just felt like Lamar Jackson was a more valuable player this year.
Were you surprised at all that the vote ended up going towards Josh based on just sort of
based on the All-Pro voting, right? Based
right.
on the fact that Jackson won first-team All-Pro, I was very surprised that some people switched their votes and voted for Allen for MVP. As far as I'm concerned, if you're the best quarterback in the league, you are the first-team All-Pro, and you are the MVP. I'm going to vote for the same guy there every time.
I know you said it in one of your pieces. You consider MVP a quarterback award, and you vote for Saquon Barkley in the MVP. Are there any instances in NFL history where you would have considered giving an MVP vote? Obviously, AP won in 2012.
Sure. There are times in the past where I would have voted, I'm sure, on a list of 5, if you had 5 candidates, that I would have voted maybe for players at other positions, especially before 1978. Before the liberalization of passing rules in 1978, when the run game and defense were more important, that I could see doing that. But at this point, in the way that the NFL works now, if you use the phrase most valuable player, the 5 most valuable players in the league are almost always going to be quarterbacks. Now, if they changed the wording and said to us, vote for the most valuable player compared to the average at that position, then you would start considering players at other positions. You would consider running back, wide receiver, Aaron Donald, when he had some of his best years, J.J. Watt. You would want to consider players like that as well.
And I also wanted to ask about the other award, Offensive Player of the Year, on your ballot that caught my eye was having Saquon Barkley 3rd, Derrick Henry 1, and Jamar Chase number 2. In your eyes, what puts Derrick Henry in that first spot?
I'm going to, I'm the only guy riding this train. Saquon Barkley played a very easy schedule this year. He had 9 games in the regular season against teams ranked in the bottom 10 of run defense. I think Derrick Henry only had 3. So Henry had a much harder schedule and did basically the same thing. Like a few fewer yards, but basically the same thing, was actually more valuable as a receiver, which is a shock because normally that's Barkley's thing, right? Henry had a fantastic season. And yet, obviously, Jackson opens up running lanes for Henry, but Hurts opens up running lanes for Barkley.
Yeah.
And they both had good run-blocking offensive lines. So, yeah, I voted for Derrick Henry for Offensive Player of the Year.
I think as far as it goes for the Super Bowl, the reason that we're all here, you mentioned that about Saquon Barkley having that advantage of playing that easier schedule. The Chiefs have an excellent run defense, and as well as in the red zone, there's a very big variation between the Eagles' pass defense, the Chiefs' pass defense. How do you think that is going to make a difference on Sunday?
It's really interesting. The red zone thing is really interesting because overall the Chiefs are much better against the run than the pass, but in the red zone it flips.
Right.
And I don't know how real that is. Sometimes when you get splits like this, you don't know how they're a real thing versus just kind of random variation. But it's a very big deal to me that the Eagles, not only their offense, but their mentality is so built around the explosive runs for Saquon Barkley. The Chiefs were a very, very good defense this year, stopping explosive runs. So my guess is they're going to keep Barkley somewhat hemmed in, and it's going to put the game in Jalen Hurts' hands. And then the big matchup is Spagnuolo's defensive play calls and blitz calls against Hurts' ability to identify the blitzes. Now, Hurts struggles in general against the blitz, but not all the time. Last year, the Eagles played the Chiefs in the regular season. Near the end of the game, they blitzed Hurts with like 6 dudes. Hurts, they picked up the blitz. Philadelphia picked up the blitz, and he had a 41-yard pass down the right sideline to Devontae Smith, put them in position to score a touchdown that was the go-ahead touchdown, and the Eagles actually won that game, right? So just because the numbers say Hurts does struggle more against the blitz and Spagnuolo likes to blitz, it's not definite that will actually be a problem.
It was a busy night last night because they announced also the 2025 Hall of Fame class. New York radio station, most of us here are Giants fans. We were a little disappointed with Eli Manning. I know you're from Massachusetts. I was a big proponent of Adam Vinatieri going in first ballot Hall of Fame. Luke Kuechly, we were big proponents of. I'm curious on the Hall of Fame selections. I'm happy to see Antonio Gates get in. Tell me what you think.
I don't like the new rules. I don't like that it makes it harder for players to get in. Look, if you believe that the Hall of Fame should have fewer players in it, you need to get a time machine and go back 30 years, because the Hall of Fame we have is the one we have. And there are more players on the field in the NFL than in other sports, so there need to be more Hall of Famers, and we need to have 5 modern players get in every year, or else there's going to be a huge backlog. Next year, we're going to have to consider Drew Brees. I'm not on that committee.
Right.
But they're going to have to consider Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald. It's just the backlog is just going to get, within a couple of years, the backlog is just going to be too much. Now, I'm not an Eli Manning for the Hall of Fame guy.
That's fair.
I do believe that he was more of a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. He did have a couple of fantastic seasons. He did have a couple of great runs in the playoffs. I would not be destroyed if he got in. Like, I wouldn't, feel like it was a great miscarriage of justice, but he's not somebody that I would support.
What about Vinatieri, Luke Kuechly? There were some
Definitely
interesting
Kuechly.
Kuechly, even though the
Definitely
short season,
Kuechly.
he was an all-pro linebacker.
Yeah, and he was the best in the league. Either him or Patrick Willis.
You could argue he's one of the greatest middle linebackers of all time. I think the offensive linemen were interesting. Evans and Yanda were both really good for a long stretch of time. It just felt like on this list there are 15 guys that all have very interesting candidacies.
How did
You're
they
limiting
only pick
yourself
3
to
of
5
them?
and you only take 4.
3, in fact, because Sharp was a seniors committee addition. I'm a Vinatieri guy. I do not think that Vinatieri opens the door to put in a ton of kickers. There are 2 kickers who deserve to be in. Vinatieri, and when the time comes, Justin Tucker. We're not putting in 20 kickers. They need to put in 2 kickers.
Well, Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, the founder of Football Athletics, or Football Analytics, I should say. This was a blast. Thanks for taking some time, man.
Thanks for having me. The site is ftnfantasy.com. My stuff is at ftnfantasy.com/DVOA. That's where you'll get to read all my stuff. And Brian Knowles, who also writes there, you want to read all of his stuff as well.
It's Aaron Schatz. Appreciate you. We'll be back in a bit.
Live from the Big Easy, WFUV Sports has you covered for all things Super Bowl 59.
I'm Will Tallant.
And I'm Evan Harkin.
We're 2 of your Super Bowl 59 beat reporters,
keeping you up to date on all of the events during Radio Row from New Orleans.
Will Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs make history with their 3rd straight Super Bowl victory?
Or will Saquon Barkley and the Eagles soar to their 2nd Super Bowl win in franchise history?
Catch all of the action live from Radio Row on our YouTube page at WFUV Sports.
And follow along for live updates at the big game on Sunday, February 9th.
WFUV Sports, your home for Super Bowl 59 coverage.
Welcome back to the Ernest N. Memorial Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's Friday, February 7th, day 3 of our coverage of Radio Row. We kick things off with an interview with Aaron Schatz. It's fun for us, man. We got a lot of baseball and hockey guys on this crew where I think analytics are very prevalent. You don't hear it as much in football, and some of the stuff, I'm not going to lie, still kind of makes my head swirl, but it is cool to hear it broken down at such a level.
He explained to us step by step what DVOA is. I still don't get it.
I think it's like when they factor in it sounds like similar stuff when they factor in baseball, like the ballpark factor and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means. I just know they're adjusting for the mean.
I just know in baseball, like if you whatever site you're using in baseball, whether it's Fangraphs, whatever, it's so easily accessible to the public these days that like I look at advanced stats to see which players are actually good and which aren't. I feel like we've yet to get there as a society with football yet, but it seems like we're progressing there, and teams definitely are too in the last 5-6 years.
We're on the path. Lou Orlando, Nick Guzman, our full crew, James Birle, Jack Warner, Evan Harkin, Will Tallant. We've been in New Orleans since Tuesday. It's been a blast. We've got already some souvenirs here with our Super Bowl ball, Super Bowl helmet, our Super Bowl ball with some autographs or some signings here from the guests that we've had. And Nick, we had a true New Orleans experience last night. We went to get this name right, Mulat's, right on the corner here, right down the convention center, probably like a 5-minute walk. We had everything under the sun. We had gumbo. We had grilled, blackened alligator bites.
We did.
We had hush puppies.
Yes. What else was in there? Gumbo.
We had gumbo. What else did we have? What else did we have? What else was in the appetizers?
Cornbread.
There was a great southern
cornbread with honey butter. That was
We're missing something.
delightful.
We're missing something big.
Crab
beignets.
Crab beignets. Also delightful.
We had po' boys. Po' boys. Alligator was great. I loved that. I would say the alligator was great. The beignets were awesome.
Fish po' boy was fine.
Fish po' boy was meh. The shrimp po' boy, it sounded like, was pretty good.
I mean, he tried to warn us that to stay away from the fried.
Yeah, we should
gator,
have listened.
So I think we should have just stayed away from fried.
But the gator was good. Changed flavor every bite, which was interesting.
I think it makes you know it's real gator.
It kept you on your toes. I say, big fan of gumbo now.
I agree.
I really enjoyed
so
the gumbo.
Much. It was so flavorful. I've never had it before, and we just got all that stuff and passed it around. Everybody got to try a little bit, and then we got our entrees too. It was a cool little venue too. There's the dance floor in there, and a band played for I think it was just an hour from 8 to 9.
Nice little spot.
I'd imagine on a Friday or a Saturday night they'd have more live music and there's more people dancing, but really a positive cultural experience.
Well, and I'll say this because I don't. For me personally, getting here to New Orleans, trying to plan this trip, a little rough, a little stressed out about it.
Yeah, we booked our accommodation a week ago.
You know, so I wasn't exactly thrilled about the prospect of going to New Orleans. I have been blown away by this city. I think it's been an absolute blast. You see why people speak so highly about it. I think there's hope among this crew that we'll get to Bourbon Street at some point. We'll see what happens. But the culture here, the food, it's been a blast. And we've gotten to talk to a lot of great people. The last hour of yesterday's show, you go from Brian Asamoah right to Jason Avant, longtime Eagles receiver who had a stint with the Chiefs. And then you cap things off with the New Orleans Saints quarterback, Jameis Winston walking right behind us.
Jameis Winston
That's
right behind
awesome.
us.
That's great.
You guys can tell which one Jameis is based on the fit.
A former Saints quarterback, I should say. And then we close things out with Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty. That last hour of the show I thought was awesome, and you really started to get some of that advanced insights on the Chiefs dynasty, the Eagles. You get to take a trip back into the past to when we were first watching football. It's the perfect blend for me for a guest.
It was hit after hit after hit. I mean, someone like Jason Avant literally played for both only the Chiefs and the Eagles in his NFL career. He played under Andy Reid in Philadelphia. Andy Reid now the head coach of the Chiefs. He had so many connections to this game. And then just from chatting with him before the interview, you figure out he's a world-class salsa dancer who's competing internationally and winning these competitions very smoothly. He was showing us the videos he has of him dancing. He wouldn't have thought.
He's a great athlete.
But he was saying he didn't salsa dance at all during his career. It's like a post-playing kind of thing that he picked up.
You got to find something. When you retire, you got to find something to get into. Eli Manning and Peyton Manning, they go into media. Jason Avant, he starts salsa dancing, and It's all good.
And
It's fun.
I think when he brought it up, it's like, okay, yeah, it's like a hobby. But then, like, the more he talks about it, it's like, no, he's really good. It's like he's a really, really good salsa dancer. But he was also talking a little bit about how that connects with stuff in terms of football, like flexibility and explosiveness off the line of scrimmage. It all connects.
We're trying to lock down some more guests for you guys today. We have Zach Rosenblatt coming up, an NFL writer, at 12:20. We're in the process of getting former MLB All-Star Jason Worth. So stay tuned. We've had a few interviews already off the air. We had Lee Steinberg, who most say the best sports agent and the most famous sports agent of all time.
You get a movie like Jerry Maguire made after you with Tom Cruise that wins a boatload of Oscars. You're doing something right. Exactly. But, I mean, Lee Steinberg has that whole – every year it's a Super Bowl party in New Orleans for great causes, traumatic brain injury research, some other stuff in there too. Really interesting to talk to him, a guy who represents Patrick Mahomes and really some of the biggest stars in the game of football and other sports as well.
Troy Aikman, Ty France in baseball. And today he's honoring Drew Brees and Sean Payton with that award, which it doesn't get any better than this. The Super Bowl hosted in New Orleans, and you get to acknowledge two of the greatest contributors to the Saints franchise in recent memory, the men that brought them their last Super Bowl back in 2008. Also got Cam Rogers, Chiefs Vibes Officer. That was a blast, man. You know, when someone calls themselves the Chief Vibes Officer, you never know what you're going to get. He was a cool dude, got to talk some betting with us. So I think already off to a bang, and they don't lie. When you get to Radio Row and the frenzy, it just starts rolling right from the jump. You sit down and boom, here's an interview, here's one more.
I feel like it's a little quieter around here today, right?
I think it's less packed.
It's a little less packed today than it was
our
the last
show's
couple
packed.
days. But our show, a lot of people went home. Our show is it's still, there's still so many cool people walking around. I mean, we just had Jameis Winston behind us 5 minutes ago, but I think yesterday our show was kind of just chugging along as usual, and then we got those 3 interviews right at the end that really, I think, took it up to a whole nother level.
Yeah.
And I think today started off super strong as well.
Well, there's a lot to unpack today, and we'll have to get into all of it because obviously you need now a formal Super Bowl preview.
We're going to sit down and
it's Friday. Actually going to break down the game and do our job.
We're going to do our job.
Well, we also got to talk the NFL honors, the awards, that Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. That's a media story that if the Super Bowl is not happening, that could carry you a week, and we're only going to get to talk about it for 10, 15 minutes. The Hall of Fame thing, that's a story that could carry on for a week, and especially in the New York media with Eli Manning not making it, I'll say that definitely hurt. Definitely got me in my feels.
I think, though, talking to Aaron, I think it's a similar thing where if you talk to anybody else that's not from New York or Giants fans like we are, they're like, yeah, if he gets in, sure, but like he's not. They don't get it. They don't understand how much we love that man. They don't get it. They'll never get it. They'll never understand.
I will say, and I'm sure we'll get into this later on in the show with a couple of our other hosts too, but I'm more upset about Luke Kuechly and Adam Vinatieri. Like, to me, Eli Manning was always going to be, if he was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, it was not going to be a lock. I understand there's the stigma against special teamers. It took Devin Hester forever to get in, and he is the greatest kick returner of all time, hands down. There's less of a stigma, I thought, with kickers. And a lot of the greatest kickers of all time, I mean, there's 5 in the Hall of Fame. So that's not nothing. And Vinatieri, I think pretty clearly is the best kicker of all time. He's the NFL record holder in points. He's the greatest clutch kicker of all time. You think about the clutch kicks to win Super Bowls.
To get to Super Bowls.
We can get to Kuechly, too. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. You heard Shat say definitely Kuechly's a Hall of Famer. Those are the 2 that really, really upset me, and especially if you're not going to fill the 5-man limit there. There's so much talent now. You're just backloading stuff.
If you're not going to select Adam Vinatieri first ballot, just kick all the kickers out of the Hall of Fame. Let's get rid of the position of kicker. Let's boot them off to the side because apparently they don't matter. Adam Vinatieri is the best kicker of our lifetime. Maybe of all time. He's an icon.
Ask the Bears. Ask the Bills if kicking matters. Kicking
he's
wins
an icon
games.
for 2 different franchises. I mean, if Vinatieri as a kicker is not getting in first ballot, then there's no kicker that's ever gonna. But I think Luke Kuechly, too, is very upsetting. Yes, the longevity's not there, but he plays such a brutal position.
It's the
eye test
too.
told you that in his 7-8 year career, he was the best middle linebacker in football. The metrics back it up. Those Panther teams also back it up.
And what I think stings is this should be a celebration. It's awesome that Antonio Gates
Why
got
you got to
in.
be so exclusive?
That's
with
well
it?
deserved. Sterling Sharp, that's amazing. That we talked about him yesterday, that it was a 7-year career, but he won the Triple Crown. He is the inspiration for Sterling Sharp or Shannon Sharp rather. So that's a great story that he's able to get in. But I think the bigger storyline is the guys that didn't get in, and you look at that list, and it's like even some of the quieter guys, whether it's Yanda or Jari Evans, like those are players that should be in the Hall of Fame. You look at Marshall Yanda's Football Reference. It's an 8-time Pro Bowler, a 4-time All-Pro. He won a Super Bowl. Hands down, one of the best offensive linemen of the 2010s. Both were named to the 2010s Hall of Fame team. So there's guys up and down that list that it's if you can only take 5 a year, I mean, Aaron just said it. You're going to have to get Breeze and Fitzgerald. Those are locks. So you're only left with 3 spots, and you got to figure out all these guys that deserve to be in the Hall. I think they're putting themselves in a tough spot.
My thing is, if you have 5 spots, why on earth are you not using all 5 spots?
It's not baseball where it's 10.
It's not like yes, it's a very exclusive club full of the best football players that have ever lived, but if you have 5 slots, use 5 slots.
Yeah.
Especially there were so many names on that list.
There's deserving players.
Our segment yesterday, we were going up and down that list, that 15-player list. Every single player had a legitimate case to be voted in last night.
I mean, I made the point yesterday. Marshawn Lynch and Earl Thomas didn't even make the finalist lists of 15 players, and they'd be, if this was baseball, they'd be on the ballot first year, and they'd probably get voted off, or maybe they would hang around like David Wright. Those are impactful 2010s players that do I think either of them are a Hall of Famer? No, I don't. I think Marshawn has maybe an interesting case. I mean, I think he's a massive contributor of that Seattle, maybe call it a dynasty, but it's up and down the list. Talented guys, I would say at least 10 probably deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, and you're only going to add names to that list every year. It's an interesting spot for football, and he brought up a good point. You can't really shift the goalpost at a certain point.
No.
Football and basketball notoriously have been easier Hall of Fames to make, and I think he brings up a good point. There's more skill positions in football than there are in other leagues.
And especially the way the game has changed over the years, you can't make this a super exclusive club now in 2025 because that delegitimizes pretty much all of the voting that's been done in the past. I think if you wanted to be this, the Hall of Fame to be something where it's not like basketball. I think for the Football Hall of Fame lives kind of in the middle between, say, basketball where everyone gets in, baseball where it's notoriously hard. I think football, just the way the game's going with all the skilled players that we have now, I feel like there's no reason for the club to be getting smaller at this point.
I mean, how many Hall of Famers are on this Chiefs team that you'd say probably first ballot Hall of Famers? I know it's early, but like Mahomes, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Travis Kelce is a first ballot Hall of Famer, I would have to think. Chris Jones, I would have to think, is a Hall of Famer. And that's just 3 off the top. I think you can make a case maybe for, he's not on the team anymore, but Mitchell Schwartz, their left tackle in earlier seasons. It's a Chiefs roster that has a lot of first ballot Hall of Famers, I think, when their careers are over. And you wonder how many of them are going to be first ballot if this system stays in place.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of, beyond the Hall of Fame, I think some of the NFL decisions that were made last night kind of had me scratching my head. I think Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson, too, for NFL MVP. Josh Allen, of course, had such an awesome year, but I feel like this year pretty much every major stat or category kind of favored Lamar, and it seemed like everyone was thinking it was going to be Lamar to repeat as MVP this year. Josh Allen wins it, and I think it's really interesting what Aaron said, that last year he voted for Josh Allen and Lamar won, and this year vice versa. So maybe figure out whoever Aaron is picking, and then bet against the opposite.
Yeah,
fade that.
Well, we'll fade Aaron Schatz. It's going to be a busy day here on Friday at Radio Row. Lou Orlando, Nick Guzman. Hopefully we'll have some interviews when we come back, so we'll be back in a bit.
What's up, everyone? I'm Lou Orlando.
I'm Nick Guzman.
And I'm Chaz McAdams.
We're your broadcasters for Fordham men's basketball.
Led by Jackie Johnson, Keith Urgo's Rams are looking to make waves in the 100th anniversary season at the Rose Hill Gym.
We've got you covered for the highs, the lows, the X's and O's as Fordham takes on the gauntlet of the A-10.
Don't miss a game. 90.7 FM WFUV is the home of Fordham men's basketball.
I'm Chaz McAdams.
And I'm Ben Oppenheimer.
And we are two of your hosts for On the Hill, the flagship podcast of Fordham Athletics.
We'll be talking about everything from football at Moglia Stadium
to hoops at the historic Rose Hill Gym.
Discussing the ins and outs of all Ram athletes, teams, and big games.
If you want to be part of the Ramily, then listen to On the Hill from WFUV Sports.
Hi, this is Ben Oppenheimer reminding you to tune in to New York's longest-running sports call-in show, One on One. Catch One on One live on the WFUV Sports YouTube channel every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then later on 90.7 FM from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. We'll catch you next Saturday on One on One.
What's up, everyone? I'm Will Tallant.
And I'm Evan Harkin. We're two of your hosts for NFL Friday, WFUV Sports' exclusive NFL podcast.
From breaking down the weekly slate to fantasy football pickups, we've got you covered on all things around the NFL.
Stay tuned for our hosts' weekly picks as they compete against each other all season long.
Football is here, and so is NFL Friday.
What's up, everyone? I'm Evan Harkin, your New York Jets beat reporter for the 2024 season. Stay up to date with all things white and green from MetLife Stadium. From Aaron Rodgers touchdowns to Sauce Gardner interceptions, I've got you covered. So join me and Gang Green on Twitter at Ev Harkin and stay locked in with the JETS on WFUV, your home for New York sports.
How's it going, everyone? Will Tallant here, your New York Giants beat reporter for the 2024 season. Follow alongside me at Tallant_Will on X to catch all of the updates on your New York Football Giants from MetLife Stadium. With rookie sensation Malik Neighbors and big free agent acquisition Brian Burns, WFUV Sports is the place for Big Blue coverage. WFUV, your home for New York sports.
Welcome back into WFUV Sports' coverage of Radio Row down here in Louisiana at the Super Bowl. Evan Harkin joined alongside Jack Warner, and we're going to be talking a little bit of NFL honors. We have an important interview coming up, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, me and Jack figured we'd talk about last night's NFL Honors Awards ceremony, some of the people that won, some surprises, some things that were expected. Something that we learned yesterday from Brian Asamoah, a linebacker on the Vikings. I asked him about head coach Kevin O'Connell, and his first response was, man, I'd run through a wall for that man. And then Kevin O'Connell ended up winning Coach of the Year over some other important names, some other coaches that people thought should have won it.
Over Dan Campbell?
Over Dan Campbell is basically who I'm trying to say, pretty much. But what did you think about that?
Well, I think the biggest thing to keep in mind, obviously the recency bias, the end of the season was not too kind to the Minnesota Vikings. They obviously kind of showed They slowed down a little more at the end, had some costly losses at the very end, did not have a very competitive showing against the Lions in what was supposed to be a very highly anticipated Week 18 matchup to decide the NFC North. I remember being very excited for that game and then very let down by the product that we did end
100%.
up seeing. So I think the biggest thing to remember and keep in mind with Coach O'Connell is that team was not supposed to go 14-3. That was a phenomenal season from a team that, when you looked at them on paper heading into that season, especially you just draft J.J. McCarthy, and obviously you don't know exactly how he's going to pan out in the NFL either, but he's your new, fresh off a national championship, first-round pick out of the draft from a great Michigan team. You're really excited to see how he's going to translate to the NFL, and then boom, before the regular season even begins, he's injured, and you have to go to Sam Darnold, who the last time he was taking snaps in the NFL, I'm not going to lie, it wasn't too kind to him. I remember being, in the New York area for his time with the Jets, where it wasn't really a pretty showing for him. So to see the way that I guess you could say, in comparison to other teams in the division and the conference, almost how much less they had than other teams in that division and in the conference, to go 14-3 with that team and just see how much fun they had on a weekend-to-weekend basis. I think he was absolutely deserving of that award.
I think I agree. You mentioned a great point about the roster. That is not a team you look at it beforehand. A lot of teams playing the Vikings earlier on were upset when their team would lose to the Vikings because the Vikings were considered a bad team early on. It was the
first 4 or 5 weeks of the season where it was like, why did we lose to the Vikings?
As a Giants fan, I was very upset that the Giants lost to the Vikings, and then later found out that the Vikings were actually a juggernaut. But Sam Darnold, one of those quarterbacks like Kirk Cousins that went to Minnesota, wasn't really good before, was then under Kevin O'Connell and seemed to blossom under him, seemed to become MVP-esque. Kirk Cousins, for example, leaves the Kevin O'Connell system, leaves his mentorship, and eventually falls to a bench quarterback now that got replaced by Michael Penix. So I think looking at how good Kevin O'Connell can make quarterbacks play and seeing them not be as good when they're separated from Kevin O'Connell is another reason why he should have been that Coach of the Year. But I think I want to move on to another NFL honor. I think it was an obvious one. I think this could be a quick one, but Saquon Barkley, Offensive Player of the Year. What do you think?
I mean, it was just an unbelievable season from Saquon Barkley. Really just made an Eagles offense that was already so rich with talent and it had so many weapons that they can use, just so much more unstoppable. And I think it's, there's been very few seasons that I've seen in my lifetime watching football where you were so confident that if you needed a big carry on a drive for a big chunk of yards, I'm not talking rush it up the gut, get the 2 yards you need to get over the first down marker. I'm talking there's no other running back in the league that you were so confident this drive he's going to break off for 15, he's going to break off for 20, he's going to do something ridiculous. And I think it's a bunch of different things with Saquon Barkley because he's such a perfect mixture of a bunch of different things. He is fast and he's quick and he's shifty. But remember, he didn't get called Quadzilla at Penn State for no reason. The strength that he has is unbelievable. The power cleans were unbelievable.
Pounds.
So when you look at just the raw strength mixed with the speed, in baseball, you would call him a 5-tool player. Like that is what Saquon Barkley is. He has a bit of everything, and it's almost like he was made in a lab. It's pretty unbelievable the things that he did this year. But I will say, and I don't want to take any credit away from Saquon Barkley, but I think one thing that was an incredible enabler of that success was how unstoppable that Eagles offensive line was this year. And I think it shows, a big difference. Saquon Barkley was a force to be reckoned with when he was on the Giants. He was fantastic as a Giant. But you look at the difference. He's never had a 2,000-yard season as a New York Giant. You look at the jump that he made, and I think a big part of that does have to do with having a much more competent offensive line in front of them.
That offensive line, the rest of the league actually averaged less than 1 yards per carry before contact. The Eagles' offensive line averaged more than 2 yards per carry before Saquon Barkley is getting touched. We saw how good he was when players were in his face when he was getting the handoff for the Giants. Now he has a full head of steam and nobody around him, so we've seen what he can do.
And we've also been able to see what he can do with his back turned to players, because for the first time in my 21 years on this earth, we saw a reverse hurdle this season. That might be one of the greatest plays I've ever seen. I mean, again, it just speaks to the athletic freak that this man is.
Absolutely insane. I loved your point about his home run hitting ability, too, because it's made defensive coordinators have no idea this season how to play Saquon Barkley. The way you typically would play a team, a Ravens team, an Eagles team, a team that you don't want them to beat you running the football, is to stack the box, leave one safety up top, bring everybody close to the line of scrimmage. Saquon Barkley is so fast and has the ability to, like you said, just make that home run hitting run that teams have elected to never put one safety back there because they figure there's no point in leaving him in a one-on-one with Saquon Barkley he's just going to lose. So Saquon Barkley is going to score a touchdown if there's a one-on-one. Teams now have to put two safeties there, bring someone out of the box and put him further back because they're so scared of what Saquon Barkley can do.
And he's so effective in the open field, too. Once you see him getting spacing, but you can see the way that he can read a defense in front of him and decide what's the right lane to go, which way, what shifty move is he going to make before going up the field. Is he going to head? It seems like 9 times out of 10, sometimes even 10 times out of 10, he's making the right decision, either head for the sideline, head for the middle of the field. He can read defenses, and what he's able to do on the run is absolutely remarkable. So I don't think there was any debate whatsoever. I don't think anyone can walk out of that building last night upset with the decision for the Offensive Player of the Year for Saquon Barkley.
100%. And it was great talking NFL honors, but we're actually going to be setting up a really cool interview here. Stay tuned. On the other side of this, we have Zach Rosenblatt. So stay tuned here on WFUV Sports.
I'm Isabella Terracini.
And I'm Barrett Spreitzer. We're two of your hosts for College Gridiron, the exclusive home for all things college football on WFUV Sports.
Join us as we break down the biggest matchups of the week, Heisman hopefuls, and college football playoff previews.
Listen in on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Hey guys, Grace McCarran here with Jack Warner.
And we're two of your hosts for Nosebleeds, WFUV's one and only baseball podcast.
We'll keep you in the loop on all tri-state news with the Yankees and Mets,
as well as the biggest headlines from around the MLB.
Catch weekly episodes of Nosebleeds on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a trip around the bases with Nosebleeds on WFUV Sports.
Hey, this is Chris Carino, Fordham and WFUV class of 1992. WFUV is your home for all things Fordham athletics, with live coverage of Fordham football, Fordham men's and women's basketball, in addition to our Saturday show, One-on-One. Stay right here on 90.7 FM for all things WFUV sports.
Welcome back to One-on-One here at Radio Row for Super Bowl 59. Yet again, another guest with us, and it's Zach Rosenblatt, senior writer at The Athletic, covers the Jets and the NFL, and is a co-host of the Flight Plan podcast. Zach, how's everything going? How's your Radio Row been so far?
Good, yeah. I mean, New Orleans is it's an elite host city for the Super Bowl. It's been a lot of fun. It's cool seeing everybody at this event. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far for sure.
So one thing that in our email exchange that we had, we need to plug The Athletic will debut its new Daily Game Connections Sports Edition on February 9th. I'm guessing it's just like the regular connections that you play on the New York Times. You know anything about these sports connections, though? What's going on with that game?
I don't know a lot of details about it, but I know that they've been working on that for a while, and they're very excited. But yeah, I do think it's just like the regular connections game, just with the sports lean. And yeah, it's really cool that they're trying to get into like the game space like that, though. I'm really excited to see how that plays out.
Absolutely. It's part of my morning routine every single day, and the sports one will only make it better. So let's talk some sports right now. Let's talk about those New York Jets. A lot of turnover this year. It was a year of turmoil, should say, but now they've completely, found the direction that they would like to go in right now. They bring in Darren Mogi as their general manager, and they hire Aaron Glenn as their head coach. Overall, general reaction and thoughts. What do you think about those two moves?
Yeah, I mean, the Aaron Glenn one in particular, he hits all the things that they need in their head coach. He's the cliche leader of men. You know, I always point to the way the Lions played last season, as he's dealing with all these injuries, I think they had the most injured defense in the NFL, the most guys. They had a bunch of starters on injured reserve. Up until the end of the season, that last game they struggled, but they were still competing. They were still a top 10 defense despite all those injuries. And I look at the Jets over the years, especially in the last few years, as they've dealt with adversity, they've kind of folded and they've kind of fallen apart a little bit. So bringing some stability in that sense, bringing a coach that is going to preach accountability. He's a coach that obviously has a Jets background and really cares about this organization, which there's something to be said about that. We'll see how it works out with like the X's and O's and the first-time OC and all that stuff, but I think he's made of all the right stuff and he's what they needed. The GM, he's a first-time GM. Like, I think there's a lot more unknown when you hire, GMs from other front offices because you only really know what they do based on like what that GM talks about them, but we don't know behind the scenes like what players was he involved in getting, all that kind of stuff. So it's really trial and error, but I hear a lot of good things about him. He has a lot of good connections. They've started to revamp the front office, which they needed. And so I think that's a good pairing that's going to hopefully get them back on track because I'd like to cover a winning team.
And I'm wondering, do you have a favorite hire or a move that the Jets made or one that really stands out to you?
I think Steve Wilkes is one that made a lot of sense, and I think they needed somebody like that with a head coaching experience. But I'm intrigued. I don't know if it's best hire, but I'm intrigued by Tanner Engstrand, their offensive coordinator. First-time OC, which, again, always a risk when you hire somebody who's never done it. But everything I hear, he's really innovative. He's smart. He really just, kind of got attached to Ben Johnson at the hip, so he learned a lot from him. Learned from Dan Campbell. He came from the Jim Harbaugh coaching tree a little bit. And I think that he's really smart. I think he's going to improve the running game. Everything I hear, he's really, really talented when it comes to plotting out a running game, and they're going to be I think they should improve in the running game, which would be good for Breece Hall. But, yeah, so I'd say he's the one that I'm most intrigued by on this new staff for sure.
And then getting back to the Super Bowl vibe around here, this isn't your first rodeo at Radio Row, so how does this one and the New Orleans atmosphere differ from the past ones?
Yeah, the last one I was at was in Miami in 2020. Radio Row, the vibe was always kind of similar, but the setup in Miami was just way worse because everything is spread out more. Like, the media hotel was far away. The convention center in Miami was, not close to the stadium, so everything is, so far, and everything's expensive, and it's Miami. I mean, the weather's great. New Orleans, everything is, right here.
Mm-hmm.
The food is just amazing. The people here are so nice. And so I think New Orleans, and I actually talked about this with Thomas Morstead, the Jets punter who lives down here. They should have it in New Orleans way more often than they do, and it might not be back here for a little while now because they have all these new stadiums and all that stuff. But I think it's the perfect host city.
Yeah, all these multi-billion-dollar stadiums that they're throwing up there. It's all next-gen, very cool. New Orleans actually has hosted it the most, 11 times in the Super Bowl's history. Really, really cool stuff. They've definitely treated us well. Lots of fun stuff to do. But, Zach, I got one more Jets question before we move on to some more general NFL stuff with you. What's the situation with Garrett Wilson looking like? It seems as though he kind of wants out, and then some other days it's, they're going to keep him. But what's the situation really looking like, and how much does Aaron Rodgers' decision on if he's going to play again impact where Garrett Wilson goes?
Yeah, Garrett, I think a lot is made of he's very vocal in his frustration. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he's very honest in his assessments of the things that are wrong. And by all accounts, he was definitely, he's been annoyed about the way things have gone these 3 years, especially the first two, shuffling through quarterbacks. He's already had three different play callers, 3 different wide receiver coaches. I think he's caught passes from 9 quarterbacks or something like that in 3 years, and he's still been productive, but he's a competitor. He wants to win, and I think he wants to see that they're going in the right direction. I don't know if they have. I would hope that Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji have made it a priority to talk to him, let him know that they want to make him happy. I think at the end of the day, money talks, and if they give him the contract to make him one of the wealthiest receivers in the NFL, I think he'll be a Jet. But, yeah, there's a part that, if they don't give him that money and, if he doesn't want to play with Aaron Rodgers or he doesn't like the quarterback situation, is he going to want to ask out? I can't rule it out completely, but I lean towards him being back with the Jets at the very least in 2025.
And you're one of the hosts of the Flight Plan podcast. It's a great listen, but there are plenty of Jets podcasts out there. So what separates yours and makes it really stand out?
Yeah, our podcast is in the Badlands Network with Joe Caporoso, Connor Rogers. They have a great podcast. We joined them because they have this built-in audience and they're really passionate. But what we're bringing that's a little different to that group is that I'm on the ground, I'm there, I'm in the locker room. I try to bring the insight that I know from all my sources and stuff like that. Some stuff that I don't write about, just that I'm hearing, and I try to relate to our listeners. So I think they get a lot of the inside scoops. We try to keep it light. We try to be really informative. And, yeah, so I think, it's been cool building that community that we have at our podcast. The previous version was called Can't Wait. I inherited that from Connor Hughes, who covered the Jets before me for The Athletic. And, yeah, podcasting is a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it quite a bit.
Now, you do cover the NFL as a whole, not just the Jets, but that team across the hallway from them in the New York Giants, a lot of question marks there as well. I want to pick your brain a little bit as to what you think their direction is going to be at the draft. Obviously, they have a need at quarterback, but with the Titans and the Browns ahead of them, could potentially take quarterbacks, could snatch up Sanders or Ward. Where do you see the Giants going, and what do you think is the most ideal scenario for them to win the 2025 draft?
Yeah, I mean, they're in a very interesting spot. I didn't really understand just running it back with Daboll and Joe Shane, but they're going to give them a shot at fixing it, and they need a quarterback above all else. All the noise has been about Shedeur Sanders. There's always a chance that somebody tries to trade up in front of them and get a quarterback, so will they try and trade up one spot to get the quarterback they want? Like, you can't rule it out, and then you're giving up a lot of draft picks for a guy who I don't think is like a lock to be a franchise quarterback. But yeah, in terms of winning the draft, like they in reality just need to take the best players. But if they believe Shedeur Sanders can be a franchise quarterback, then yes, then you go and get him. And then if you're right, then everybody's set up. Daboll and Shane will be there for a long time. And if you're wrong, then they're going to be fired in a year or two. So it's there's a lot of pressure on this draft, maybe as much as ever with the Giants.
And here at WFUV Sports, being a college radio station, a lot of us want to become sports writers in the NFL, personalities like yourself. So what are some of your favorite aspects of being a senior writer for the NFL?
A lot of it's like just the people I get to meet, the kind of places I get to go. Like I wrote a story about Mike Vrabel towards the end of the season where I got to spend a lot of time with him over the course of his time with the Browns. And like those kind of opportunities, like I don't take them for granted. I pushed for it. I pitched it to him. I worked really hard on it. But like being able to like spend time one-on-one sitting down with people like that, like that's the part of this job that's really cool. You get to tell their story, and then when you write it, I feel the most stress about the person I'm writing about if they like it, and then when they tell you that they do, it's like the best feeling in the world. So yeah, this job has been really fulfilling, and it's taken me places that I never would have been able to go.
Well, Zach Rosenblatt, everyone, Zach, thank you so much for hopping on the show, taking a little time to talk with us today.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys.
We'll be right back here at Radio Row, live on One on One.
Hey sports fans, it's Bobby C. I'm the sports director here at WFUV. From live broadcasts of Fordham Athletics to coverage of all the professional sports teams in the NYC, we've got everything a sports fan could ask for. Like talking sports? Check out One on One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show, as well as our diverse collection of podcasts. If you're a Fordham student interested in joining our program, feel free to shoot me an email, bobbyc@wfuv.org. And as always, thank you to all of our listeners who support us every week. 90.7 FM is the home of WFUV Sports.
Welcome back into WFUV Sports' very special coverage live from Super Bowl 59 at Radio Row in New Orleans, Louisiana. Jack Warner, Evan Harkin, back with you again to continue our conversation about the NFL honors, which were a bunch of, exciting awards handed out last night right here in the Big Easy. But let's get into, I think, what was the star of the evening, and that was the MVP award. Josh Allen wins his first MVP, and it's a weird conversation to have because obviously there were a lot of people expecting Lamar Jackson, who also in his own right had a phenomenal season this year as the quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens. People were looking for him to go back-to-back. A lot of people, I think, were expecting that. And then Josh Allen just kind of sneaks up after, he leads a Bills team that a lot of people, and even kind of factor this into the argument for why he should be the MVP, may have led a team with less weapons, which I think sells the Bills' talent a little bit short. But again, it's what the people have been saying. Leads a team, the Buffalo Bills, who may have had a few less weapons than the Ravens did, to the AFC divisional round and, the conference round. Lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. But what I think is interesting about the conversation last night surrounding the delivery of this award is that I don't think it's as much Josh Allen not deserving it as it is people thinking that Lamar Jackson just exceptionally deserved it. I don't think anyone is upset with the decision of Josh Allen and that Josh Allen is not an MVP. I think people who are skeptical of the decision are more looking at, did you see the season that Lamar Jackson just had?
Right. It doesn't seem like a crime that they made Josh Allen the MVP, which has happened in sports in previous seasons where you say this guy should it's so obvious that this guy should have won it. It was definitely close, but every statistic points at Lamar Jackson. The record points at Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson has won an MVP last season with significantly worse stats than he had this season, and then is the leader of all those stat categories, which he wasn't when he won the MVP, ends up not winning it. So it definitely puts it into a weird perspective of what do you have to do to win the MVP at that point. But I think your point earlier about the roster differences is what the NFL voters were really looking at. The only real reason that I myself can personally see Josh Allen being the MVP over Lamar Jackson is the argument that Lamar Jackson received Derrick Henry this season on his team. So that lightens the load for you as a quarterback 100% to have, say, the second best running back in the NFL in your backfield, somebody that has and can lead an offense by himself. However, it's not like Lamar Jackson wasn't doing his thing this season.
Exactly.
Besides that. So to me, it was Lamar Jackson. It's actually pretty funny. If you go look at Lamar Jackson's interceptions this season, there's one that should be an interception. Every other interception has hit his receivers in the hands and was picked, or was literally taken out of the hands of his receivers. So he should have had all those touchdowns with only one interception, too. I think it should have been Lamar Jackson.
I also think it should have been Lamar Jackson. I will say, however, this season was Josh Allen's year.
Yeah.
This was Josh Allen's season. Yeah. I don't think that there was I had no horse in this race, obviously, as a Patriots fan. I haven't had a horse in this race in a long time. What I will say is the Bills' loss stung a little bit, because I did think that if there was a year that the Bills were finally going to get it done, finally make this appearance, finally get to that Super Bowl, that in the past 5, 6, 7 years, they've really been in the running in these AFC playoffs, basically since they got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I really think this year was supposed to be their year, and it stung a little bit to see them fall just short. But with Josh Allen, I think watching him year after year continue to be more of an impressive dual threat quarterback year in and year out is what it impresses me the most. His ability to throw the deep ball, go downfield, make that risky throw, which sometimes leads to a few more picks. Sometimes he's prone to have more picks than his counterparts because he is willing to throw downfield and because he does have good deep ball targets.
Yeah.
But I think what impresses me the most, I'm not criticizing quarterbacks that slide because, again, you need to protect your quarterback. We've seen, an entire team season can derail just from one injury to your quarterback. And it doesn't even have to be that bad of an injury. Mm-hmm. But what I think is so impressive about Josh Allen is just the pure grit, man. He's not one to slide all the time. He's diving for pylons. He's diving at the goal line. He's running. He's laying hits on people. He's not really giving up on the play. He's always looking for that extra yard, and just seeing the mobility that he displays on a game-to-game basis where he's exiting the pocket. The pocket might be collapsing. He has to scramble and go for the outside route, or just straight off the snap, being able to take it and run. I think it's been so impressive to see a guy who, when he got here, no one was really sure how his talents that were so clear at Wyoming. Yes, two very different places. Don't know how that tongue slip happens. But seeing those skills that he displayed at Wyoming, whether or not the skepticism of whether or not that would translate over to the NFL, I think he has just blossomed so much into such a real dual threat option, under your center.
Gotten so much better. And I think a big part of that is cutting down those interceptions you were talking about. You look at Josh Allen when Brian Daboll was his coach in the first couple of seasons. Daboll would be furious at him for a lot of the throws he'd make, a lot of the balls he would drop instead of tucking and running with it, running the way a quarterback was, because he was so reckless. But I think Brian Daboll and his coaches since then have realized, okay, this guy is really good at being reckless. We just have to get him to not be reckless in certain moments, and that being fourth quarters in games, moments where all you have to do is keep the ball in the offense's hands to win the game, and he's done a way better job at that this season. And I love your point that he basically put the cape on this year for the Bills. He was Superman. He was the Bills. I think another example of adding to my point earlier that Lamar might have had a little bit more help is you take Lamar off the Ravens and give them an average quarterback, say Baker Mayfield. They're a better team than Baker Mayfield on the Bills, 100%. So I think Josh Allen definitely stood out as his team's Superman, and they were a great team. But getting into the playoffs, I loved your point about him opening up the game with his legs so much. We saw it last year with Lamar as well, a little bit this season. Those quarterbacks that rely on getting out of the pocket, extending plays, being such good improvisers, for some reason in the playoffs, stray away from that. They want to keep the ball. They want to throw it away, do things like that. And I saw that from Josh Allen. Less than 25 rushing yards in his first playoff game, less than 40 in his second playoff game. Seemed like he was hesitant to run in those when that's him. Josh Allen is running down the field, trucking linebackers. So I think similar to what Lamar did last season in the playoffs, and maybe Josh Allen to correct it the way Lamar did, is using that running attack the same way they did in the regular season, not switching up, not fixing what's not broke in the playoffs.
And I think if there's one thing that we've learned both from, seeing, Josh Allen's numbers rushing-wise kind of significantly decreasing as they went into the playoff run this year. And then I think when you also looked at, I won't call it a collapse, but where things kind of unwinded for the Minnesota Vikings and Sam Darnold watching his play greatly decrease. Now, I understand Sam Darnold is not the same mobility threat that Josh Allen is, but one of the biggest things that was so prevalent in that loss to the Rams in the first round was he just held on to the ball, and he stayed in the pocket even when the pocket was collapsing. So I think it's always one of the things you learn from quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes especially,
so good at it,
is that if you can run, if you can use your legs, use them. Every person on the field is at risk of fumbling the ball. I get it. I understand the ball is probably safest in your running back's arms because they take the most carries. They're used to that stuff. They train for that kind of thing. But if you have the mobility that some of these quarterbacks have, you need to use it. Josh Allen, the playmaking ability of Josh Allen, even after he's crossed the line of scrimmage, that snow game against the Niners where he had the lateral play right at the goal line. Josh Allen is a raw athlete. And it's a shame because that's such an interesting statistic that you bring up. It's a shame that they really kind of eased off of that rushing attack from Josh Allen in the first couple rounds of the playoffs, because I think that would have been so much more valuable for them. I don't think that there's been that many teams that when they beat the Bills, it was, we shut down Josh Allen's rushing attack. Maybe he was under pressure a lot. Maybe the pocket was collapsing a lot, causing him to make some errant throws, maybe they shut down James Cook. Maybe they shut down Dalton Kincaid, maybe those kind of things. But you don't hear very often, like, they lost this game today because they were able to contain Josh Allen on the rush. You don't really hear that. So I think it was one of those things where you hadn't seen them get the better of Josh Allen in that area of his game. I don't know necessarily why they would have laid off of it. But you have another point?
No.
But I do want to move on because there's a lot of different awards that were given out last night. But there's one I want to talk about that I think is really cool. And I actually enjoyed the humor that he showed last night when he was receiving this award. Joe Burrow won Comeback Player of the Year for the second time. He won again. And when he received his award, he very comedically told the crowd that this is not an award you should want to win more than once. But he seemed grateful nevertheless that his outstanding performance this season was being highlighted, especially coming off a brutal season-ending injury in 2023. But I want to talk about Joe Burrow this season because he, I think, also falls into that category. Again, Let me be careful by saying this because he did just have Jamar Chase with a career year. He had the most valuable target in the NFL this season.
Yep.
But there's 11 men on a football field. I do think if we're going to have this conversation about quarterbacks who really defied the rosters that they have and performed probably a lot better than a lot of us were expecting them to perform given what their roster looks like on paper. I think Joe Burrow is another person that falls into that category, much like Josh Allen and much like Sam Darnold.
I think so, 100%. You mentioned there's 11 guys on the football field. There's also 11 guys on your defense, and that's Joe Burrow's problem is that there's 11 guys on his defense, and almost none of them should be on the field playing defense for him this season because the defense was letting up over 30 points a game. Joe Burrow had so many games where him and the offense scored 21 points in the fourth quarter, 35 points in the game, 42 points in the game, end up losing that game. They really got to get that man a defense. But like you said, kind of funny to win Comeback Player of the Year twice.
Hilarious.
It basically means that you peaked and then fell off a cliff and then came up and peaked again. So basically, Joe Burrow just mentioning that he wants to stay more consistent, but I think he will. We know that drop-off was because of injuries, and I like your point about their offensive line. That is a serious problem. Yes, he has T. Higgins. Yes, he has Jamar Chase, Triple Crown winner this season. It shows how good of a quarterback you are when your offensive line is very poor and you have a Triple Crown winning wide receiver, despite Joe Burrow leading the league in a lot of offensive categories in the quarterback position as well. So I think this was the right person to win the award, and I don't think we'll see Joe Burrow win another Comeback Player of the Year.
I hope not. I'd like to see
either.
him stay healthy because the league is a better league when he's on the field
100%.
making plays. And I think with Joe Burrow too, I don't want to be the guy. Like, I'm not going to sit here and give out participation trophies. No one wants to hear that. This is the NFL. It's win or go home. We're at the Super Bowl. It's especially win or go home. But one of the things I will give Joe Burrow props for as well, and I think what makes it even more impressive is, as you mentioned, and as my dad mentioned very many times when I watched football with him, just how practically incompetent their defense was. They were a turnstile, for better or for worse. But, I think the thing to also point out, it's pretty amazing the way that Cincinnati started the season.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing that they were playing for a potential playoff spot come the end of the season. You start off – Patriots fan here, who's seen better days, much, much better days. They opened their season with a loss to the 2024 New England Patriots. I don't know how it gets much worse than that. And it was an ugly, ugly start to the season. And I'm sorry, that season to the Cincinnati, the other 52 men on the Cincinnati roster, I'll call it 51 because Jamar Chase is amazing. But to the other 51 men on the Cincinnati roster, that season would have remained exactly as awful as it began if practically anyone else was your quarterback. But Joe Burrow was your quarterback who has a lot of drive. We've seen so many stoic moments in press conferences where I don't think he makes sure, Joe Burrow makes sure that there is not a person on this earth that believes in him more than him. He's always that guy that's a leader. He's a born leader. He's a born performer. And I think it's really admirable that the start of the season they had, he didn't take his foot off the gas. No. He didn't throw let's just kind of cruise, let's take it easy. The season's over after week 5. It wasn't any garbage like that. He genuinely gave everything to try to get this team that was not deserving of a playoff berth at all within one game and maybe a couple other games going a different way to having this god-awful Bengals team make the playoffs.
100%. It was sad to watch. You mentioned born performer, born leader. I think he's also a born winner. There's people that you can just see have that winning mentality, has had it throughout college. Started out as a walk-on and ended up being one of the best quarterbacks in college football history, winning a national championship, going to the Super Bowl in one of his first 3 seasons here. So they got to get that man a defense so that they can win some games because he is not
praying for him.
He's doing everything he can out there, and it's working for him. So they got to help him out.
Now, one more transition I want to make. Let's talk about one more award because this is a fun one. And this one I'm very happy about because I actually got to talk to this man when he won another award, and that is Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't think it shocked anyone. No. He took that Washington Commanders team that had a lot of guys that were key contributors, but it was Jaden Daniels who really elevated that team and took them to new heights, took them to an NFC title. They had a chance to have us talking about them, to have us going to their media availability. They came within one game of making it here to New Orleans. But I think all it does is make you so excited for the future of the Washington Commanders with Jaden Daniels at the helm. We talked about dual threats earlier. You got another example right there. Effective through the air, is so talented at being able to make passes both down the sidelines, over the field. He's good. He's comfortable throwing the deep ball, but he's so fast. He breaks tackles. He's shifty. He's athletic. He makes great decisions in the open field. And I think he made I heard one of the coldest quotes I've ever seen, and I am slightly paraphrasing it because I don't remember the exact wording, but it was the members of the Eagles coaching staff talking about preparing for Jaden Daniels in the NFC title, and they said he's only a rookie by his birth certificate, which I think is one of the coldest quotes ever, and I think is something that I would take as such a compliment if I was in his position, that they said this guy plays far beyond his age. He plays like he's been here before. He does not play like he was in college last season, but very proud of Jaden Daniels and everything he accomplished this year. He was so humble when I got to talk to him after he won the Heisman Trophy last year. I got to talk to him in New York City on behalf of WFUV Sports, and he's a humble guy, more humble than someone as good as him probably should be, but it's made me so excited to see what he has left in store for what's hopefully a long, healthy career and possibly a chance to take what was once a pretty down-in-the-dumps Washington franchise and take them to new heights.
Jaden Daniels is amazing, and you keep using the word excited. As a Giants fan, I am so scared
terrified
for what Jaden Daniels is going to do to the New. First game, I was sitting there shivering. It is unbelievable, and I think that quote sums it up perfectly, how comfortable, poised. It looks like Jaden Daniels is a 5-year veteran. Rookies do not know what blitz is coming as well as Jaden Daniels. They do not flip the protection as well as he does. He makes so many checks at the line, does so many things that rookies should not be doing. So it is really cool that they said that quote because it fits perfectly. And another tidbit about him that I think is really cool that we have to bring up is the VR training. And that might be such a big reason why he feels so comfortable. So if you don't know about the VR training, a report came out that at LSU, Jaden Daniels, when he was transferring earlier on, I believe it was from Arizona State.
Yes, it was
he was
from Arizona
transferring
State
to a different school. He made it a point that whatever school he went to, he wanted them to have this virtual reality equipment where he is watching film, but almost as in VR, standing in the quarterback spot, seeing the game happen in front of him. And then when you watch Jaden Daniels play and all these comments about how he doesn't look like a rookie, it makes so much sense that someone that trains with this VR setting, a VR way of feeling in the game while you're watching film, that's exactly what it looks like when he's playing out there. So I think we need to get more younger quarterbacks this VR equipment because it seems to be amazing. And Jaden Daniels has been very outspoken about how much he loves it, how much better it makes him. He mentioned any team that drafts him, he needs them to have this equipment and give them to him if he wants to be at his best. But just goes to show you how good of a competitor he is to prepare at that level alongside with having this groundbreaking technology help him out to be one of the best rookies ever.
And the other thing that I think was so amazing about him, we talk about his maturity, we talk about his poise and how he looks, he looks so almost wise beyond his years as a football player. The one thing that impressed me so much whenever I was watching a Commanders game this season, especially in the playoffs, was his decision-making in very tight windows. When the pocket's collapsing, there were so many moments, and don't get me wrong, I thought this Commanders offensive line this year did a pretty decent job. But one of the things I think was so impressive all throughout the playoffs, and it was a repeat. I associated it with Jaden when I started watching it because I felt like it happened kind of frequently with him. Some of it's because they also ran through a gauntlet. They, playing against Detroit and playing against Philadelphia. But one of the things that I think was so impressive is there were a bunch of different plays where he's standing there for a while, like extended periods of time, and he's taking his time. He's finding his look. He's finding whatever narrow window that he needs to move through, and I'm like, he's getting sacked. I'm sitting in front of the table going, he's getting sacked, he's getting sacked, he's getting sacked. And whether he's getting hit as he throws, whether he has to make one extra move in the backfield to break a sack attempt and complete a pass, thread the most narrow needle ever, he completes the pass. Are we good? You want to hop in? Yeah, let's switch it around. Let's have him go in the middle. Hold on. We have a very special interview for you in just one moment.
Want to hop in?
Oh, they sent it to break. All right. It's all good.
Hi, this
How
is
you doing?
Mike
Thanks for coming by, guys.
WFUV
No problem. Good to see you.
class
Man.
of 1983.
Oh, yeah.
Before I leave, make
WFUV
sure
is
I
the
got
flagship
stop by
station
you
of
guys.
Fordham
Thanks,
Athletics.
Appreciate you.
With
Live coverage of Fordham football, Fordham men's and women's basketball, in addition to Saturday one-on-one. Stay right here on 90.7 FM for all things WFUV Sports.
How much time you got?
What time is it?
It is
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
15.
Perfect. Is that cool? Welcome back to WFUV Sports' very special coverage live from Super Bowl 59 Media Week here in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm Jack Warner, joined alongside by Nick Guzman, and we have a very special guest, a previous guest of WFUV Sports. He did an interview for us on One-on-One over the summer. Brandon London has come back to join us, New York Post Sports on-air host, former NFL wide receiver and CFL wide receiver, has won a Super Bowl with the Giants and a Grey Cup in the CFL. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming back. How you doing? How's New Orleans been treating you?
That sounds better than my Wikipedia page right there. I'm loving it, Jack. Appreciate the love right there. New Orleans has been great, man. Anytime it's Super Bowl week, whether you're a player, retired athlete, or media, it's always a great time. As you see Radio Row, all the action here, the handshaking, the networking. It's like as soon as you land, it's just nonstop. Went to Odell's party last night, the NFLPA VIP party. I mean, just the hands you shake here, you shake that right hand, that right hand, not the right, but the right hand. Yeah. It sets you up, not only career-wise, just anything, everything. Your socials, content, anything and everything. So I've been having a great time. I've been having a blast.
Now, because of where we are, again, we're at Super Bowl Media Week. We have a lot of Super Bowl-related stuff to ask you, especially the fact that you were on a very special New York Giants team that beat the undefeated New England Patriots in the Super Bowl.
18-1.
18-1. But I want to, before we get into that, I just want to do one quick question for you that is very relevant as of last night and has to do with that team. Eli Manning last night was not chosen as a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now, obviously, I do think once we let time run its course, a couple more classes, statistically and 2 rings, his playoff performances, I think you can make a pretty fair, safe bet that Eli Manning is going to be a Hall of Famer. But we had a lot of conversation around here because of being a New York station, and we have New York Giants beat reporters, New York Giants fans alike, about, you know, was he deserving of a first ballot Hall of Fame slot? And a lot of us think he was. And I'm sure you being around him and being in the same, you know, locker room as him, being on the Super Bowl winning team with him, have a lot of, you know, close, you know, first-hand accounts of how he was as a teammate. What are your thoughts on him not, you know, receiving that honor last night?
Obviously, there's going to be a bias there with, you know, because of what you said. And I mean, I think of him, you know, as a friend. I think of him as a mentor and all. And I got to see firsthand how he prepared for the game, how he became clutch in huge moments. So I'm going to say, yeah, but on the flip side of it, I also spoke with the Michael Vicks and a lot of those guys, and it was a lot of guys were like a little iffy on the on him getting in first ballot. And I think Ryan Clark made a big point to this morning on Get Up when he says that when you're naming the names and you're saying it kind of everybody in the room, when you're talking legends, guys who are all gold jacket guys, they all kind of have to raise their hand and be like, yeah. For that to be Hall of Famer, it has to be unanimous decision. It can't be like a barbershop talk like LeBron or Jordan type thing. It's like, no, what this guy did throughout the course of his career, this is hands down first ballot Hall of Famer. So the fact that there's so much back and forth, you know, so much question marks people are having behind his resume, which is a Hall of Fame resume. It's not I don't think it's the most terrible thing in the world that Eli Manning didn't get in on the first ballot. I mean, those are good problems to have.
Exactly. And that's a very real thing that you mentioned, because I think when we were driving home back to our Airbnb last night, and when the class came out, we all looked at each other with shock and awe that Adam Vinatieri wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying about that unanimous nature. It feels like everyone's got to agree, like this is the guy that needs to be in here immediately.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't want to jump in, but we know again, like the Michael Vicks and the Luke Kuechly's and those guys.
That's another one we were
like you got to be in a you have to be in a room. Like, you got to be in a room with legends, and again, all of them be like, yeah, this is hands down first ballot Hall of Famer. And, you know, for them not to feel like that, or some people to not feel like that, then it's just, you know, it is what it is. He's going to get in. There's just one of those things where it's like, you got to wait your time.
We were talking on the show yesterday, looking down that list of the 15 eligible Hall of Famers, and there's a case for every single one.
Absolutely.
I mean, all those guys had such
Absolutely.
legendary careers. It's tough to have to cut it down to 3 or
Yeah.
4 names.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about, you know, the on-air hosting stuff. You're everywhere these days, you know, with the Post, doing stuff with the Giants on the air. How did you fall into that hosting stuff after your playing career?
Man, I always wanted to do it, man. When I was playing up in Canada, I was up in the CFL. I was going to go back to the NFL. I was going to give the NFL a go. I was having a monster season up there. I was averaging like 19.9 yards per catch, like 20 yards a catch. I was going crazy. And Mark Trestman was our head coach, who ended up coaching with the Chicago Bears. I was a Tress guy. 4 games left. I was like 140-something yards away from 1,000. Bucket tore my meniscus, and it just messed up the off-season training, all that. So I was like, that's when I kind of fell out of love with the sport of football, which, you know, my dad's a football coach. I grew up with the football coming out of the womb high and tight. You know, doctor slapped me to see if I'd cry. I almost ran him over. You know, so it's just one of those things where, you know, you feel like why I was geared up, I was doing everything I felt I was supposed to be doing to get ready to go back to the NFL. So up in Canada, I'm like, I'm going out to practice. I can't do anything. So I go to Tress, and I'm like, look, man, I'll come in, get my rehab. Are you okay if I start taking classes at Montreal School of Performing Arts, theater classes? Without a doubt. He was like, absolutely. Come in, get your stuff, sit in the meetings. When we go out to practice, you go ahead, you go. So I started doing that, man, and I moved out to L.A. for that off season, and I was like, I just became enamored in just the production life. So when the 2015 season, I'm going back. I'm all packed up, ready to go back to training camp, and then I get this like call to go out to L.A. and test for a show called Hollywood Today Live. So I go out there. I miss like the first 4 days of training camp in the CFL because I'm testing for the network for Fox and all out there. They didn't think I was ready, so they sent me back. And just through that week, I was just like, I don't want to play football. I want to go do this TV thing. So I retired after a 2-day. I don't know why I retired after the second practice. I should have done it like early in the morning instead of going through. You
still went through the whole thing.
Bro, I had like 14 catches on the day. Like the last practice, I had 9 catches in practice. Yeah. And I just start crying when we're in the stretch down lanes. I'm just crying. Everybody's like, they used to call me Wavy up there. Like, Wavy, you good? I went to my receivers coach, who was like, bro, Anthony Calvillo, one of the greatest CFL coaches of all time. He was my quarterback, but he was my receivers coach on that last year. And I was like, Ace, I think I'm done, bro. He's like, what do you mean? Yeah, we're done. Practice is over. Yeah. I'm like, nah, bro, I think it's a wrap. So he had me go to the head coach. Head coach had me go to the GM. They're like, look, don't go to meetings tonight. Just go sit down, go chill. Wake up in the morning. If you feel like, you know, that was just a one-time thing, then, you know, whatever, go back out to practice. If not, so I went to him, was like, bro, like the next morning I was like, I'm not going through 2-a-day again. I'm going to just go ahead and retire. So moved out to LA, was taking classes, sleeping on the friend's couch for like a year in Van Nuys. And then some time that I got a grant through the NFL to got me an apartment and stuff out there, freed up some money. Man, I was taking on-camera classes like twice a day. I was spending almost like $1,000 a week. This woman named Marquis Costello, she's a hosting coach out there. Through one thing led to the next. I got an agent. Agent knew Don Sperling, who just retired from being like the head of like TV and broadcast for the New York Football Giants. Went out. they went out there, auditioned at Quest Diagnostics Training Center, and then bam, got the job. So I was out of football for about a year and a half, trying to figure it out there in LA, trying to audition and all. And then, you know, the Giants thing, they had like a lifestyle type host that they wanted to do, because that's when like the off the field stuff with the players started to become cool. Started doing stuff with like the Odells, the Vicks, and all that. It led to all the fan stuff, led to one thing, led to the next. Now I've done 2 nationally syndicated TV shows, still do Giant stuff. I'm their first in-game MC. They never did that. I'm their international fan ambassador. I've been to the UK 3 times with them, 1 as a player, 2 as media. 1 Germany this past year, flying back out there to do more fan caves and stuff. So I always knew I wanted to do it. Even in the CFL, I started not a podcast. I started a web series called Jersey Off, Suit On, and I would take my teammates with me because I modeled and all that stuff. Take them to places around Montreal, the food, the fashion, the culture. And I'm out there cutting my own videos and doing, like, I had my teammate, rest in peace, Darren Diedrich, lay to death, bro, because he would have the camera. He had all the equipment, and he'd come. But we knew nothing about mics and all that. Bro, we're shooting shotgun mics. It's a fashion show, and it's all this. But I'm doing an interview. You're like, yeah, da, da, da. I'm like, yo, I totally crushed it. We get back to the computer, can't hear a dang thing. It's all B-roll with just me moving around and stuff. So, I mean, that's where I found that love, that passion for it, and that's when I knew I wanted to get into it. One thing led to the next, and it's just like, hey, here at Radio Row again.
So we're here at the Super Bowl. You were on a Super Bowl winning team with the New York Giants. I feel like you're absolutely the perfect person to sort of have a conversation with about what to expect out of the Super Bowl. You know, from your memory going through the media week proceedings and, you know, being at the game, being on the sideline, just being in, you know, just being in that mode for the Super Bowl. We've even noticed it here. The city just flips on its head. The ads everywhere. It's like they completely retransformed the city. You know, what do you remember most from whether it was the week leading up to the game, a very important catch that happened in the game, whatever, you know, any of those things, like from your entire Super Bowl experience being on that Giants roster, what do you remember the most?
There's a couple things, man. I remember after we beat Green Bay, NFC Championship, that first meeting we had with Coach Coughlin was like basically telling everybody, get ready, because everything's about to just come full speed. So we had the hardest practices that first week.
That's smart.
Because he was like, once we touch down, it's going to be nonstop while we're out there. So lo and behold, when we got out there to Arizona, it was, I mean, you go from a meeting to practice to, all right, you guys got to go to this event, you got to go to this, you got to do this. And you know me, like if wherever Strahan or OC and those guys were going, I was going with. Like, you know, I was like a little bro trying to shadow these guys all the time. I remember Media Week, and there's a picture. If you look at Brandon London Media Day, there's a country singer called Kelly Pickler. She's short. So, and she was doing this thing for I don't know if it's Fallon or Kimmel or whatever, but she wanted to talk to Strahan, and Strahan's scrum was just massive. She came to me and was like, hey, you mind? Can I get on your shoulders? So I picked her up on my shoulders. You can go look at it right now. It's on like awesome. The AP or whatever. You got to Google that. And I got her up on my shoulders, and she's talking to Michael Strahan and stuff. And I made I don't know if it's Fallon or Kimmel, one of them late night shows no one really watches anymore. But it was like, I remember that because everybody at home was hitting me up like, yo, I saw you. Like, yo, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I remember the final practice, that Friday practice, David Tyree dropping everything in practice. And, you know, he's told that story millions of times. Like, everyone was like,
but it's true. He was genuinely.
He was dropping everything, bro. And I'm like, yo, they got plays called for you. Like, that touchdown that he's
designed for him.
That's designed for you because he was
a blocking receiver.
Yeah. That's when I pick her up. But you'll see, if you keep scrolling, you'll see there's the scrum with Strahan. And, like, when I really lift her up on my shoulders. But, yeah, he was dropping everything. I remember during the game, I met Alicia Keys because she was the pregame performer.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yep,
right
there
there.
it is.
Stray's booth right there to the left.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah, and that was me with Odell and Shep last night at Odell's party. So it's like,
Nice.
again, like you say, the city, it just comes alive, man. Like I remember the Super Bowl. Well, I'm sorry to jump off, but I remember when the Super Bowl was in San Francisco. And I was like, yo, San Francisco's the dopest city in the world. Then I went back with no Super Bowl. I was like, man, if you don't get me out of this place. Like,
I've heard that a couple times
it's
about the
just
San
not-
Francisco Super Bowl.
Everywhere, like.
It was super spread out, right? Yeah.
And the hills, the Uber, the hills. I'm like, I'm not getting up to walk 11% incline right now. But yeah, to go back to that game, I remember like when we're about to run out, because I had a little camera thing, and we're about to run out the tunnel. And I'm looking like, holy shoot. And, like, obviously the guys that were playing were in front, and I squeezed my way in the middle. I ran out. People were like, yo, we saw you running out and stuff. And then if you watch the DVD, the Super Bowl DVD, I'm all over it. Like, it was like sometimes I was actively looking for camera, where the camera at, so I can do some stuff. A lot of the times they just caught me, man. Like, you're in the moment, and it's just like.
I remember seeing one on your Twitter. I think it was you on the sideline.
Yeah. Bro, it's you're in the moment, and you're like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy. And then the David Tyree catch was just like, the entire stadium, everybody was just like, oh. I'm like, did he catch that? Did he really catch that? And then the last like huge memory I remember was like, that last, like, Hail Mary Brady threw to Randy Moss, he almost caught that
It's like a
thing.
70-plus
oh
yard
my,
throw.
Brady launched that
Yeah.
and got hit when he freaking threw it. And then when it hit the ground, I was just like, oh, my gosh, like, we really did it. A 9-7 regular season team who went through every up and down. And, like, I got to be around those guys. Like, OC's back. He's back there shooting for ITV. I just interviewed him, big little bro. I'm so proud of you. I'm Strahan yesterday. I don't know if you guys looked at the New York Post. He was doing his scrum and he shouted me out in the middle of the scrum. Stopped, was talking to me. I'm like, bro, don't you got something to do right now? And all, so it's the memories, man. The memories, the friendships. That never leaves you, bro. Never leaves you. The game, we're all old now. You know, I got a 20-month-old kid and stuff. I'm mad I didn't have a kid back then so he can see all that. But
Yeah.
I'll be sure to show him all the videos, all the pictures and stuff, and be like, man, Daddy was a part of history, man. Daddy was right there with those guys. I had to be Randy Moss twice that year. Obviously, as the practice squad, I had to be that T.O. I had to be 3 times. And it was just like one of those things where it was just like those guys got me so much better that what I like to call red shirt year, because the next year I balled out in training camp and preseason, and that's when the Miami Dolphins came and grabbed me, and I played with the Dolphins. I had 4 catches in a playoff game with the Dolphins and all. So, I mean, I always take every chance. Lawrence Tynes, Kevin Booth. Kevin Boss, all those guys. Steve Smith, still one of my best friends to this day. Anytime I see Ahmad Bradshaw, still do all the stuff with him for the Giants and all. Like, bro, it was really a brotherhood, man. I don't think there's been too many locker rooms as tight as that was.
That's so amazing here because it feels like that way from the outside, but to hear that it actually was like that is
yeah,
really
man.
awesome as a Giants fan. Do you have a pick for the game on Sunday?
I want the Chiefs to win, man. Honestly, like I know everyone's kind of like I'm so tired of the Chiefs, just like they were tired of the Patriots. There's a reason why you're that good. I don't think people understand how hard it is to win football games in the NFL. And you can be like, oh, well, the refs are cheating. What about the other 60-something plays in the game where they executed championship-like detail the entire time? The discipline, the details, the minute details, not only from Andy Reid and Spags, but for the players to execute that. And it goes back to when that corner blitz against Josh Allen and those guys in the AFC Championship.
Brilliant.
They hadn't ran it in about 4 or 5 weeks, and that's when Spags dials it up. That I mean,
it shut down the drive. It won them the game.
Shut it down. So it's like
brilliant.
That type of detail from the hours that the defensive quality control coaches put in to map out plays and map out formations, X, Y, Z. Spags to draw it up. They run it, come back to it, and then I forget who the corner was, but to execute it and to get it done, bro. Like, people need to stop fans need to, and I go back and forth with Giants fans all the time. It's like, this ain't fantasy football, bro. Like, this ain't no just plug and play somebody and like, oh, he got me 27 points. No, this dude been putting in work all week. Like, we're trying to this coach has been scouting all week to put you in the right position. Like I say, it's a game of chess with real players. And then when I move you to that spot, you, the rook or the bishop, whatever the pony is, you got to beat whatever that is. You got to beat them one-on-one. But I put you in position, take that spot over so we can go first down, keep this drive moving.
So you got the Chiefs. Quick score. What do you think?
Shoot.
Or even if it's
I'm a 28-24 guy.
There you
I'm
go.
a 28-24. We're about to see this Patrick Mahomes brilliance, man. This dude is as advertised, man. As advertised. Love watching him. But, I still want Saquon to do well. I would never root for the Eagles or Cowboys.
Makes sense.
Commanders, I don't see them as
I'm in
a
the
threat.
exact same boat. My mindset is the exact same. Never Eagles, Cowboys.
Never Eagles, Cowboys, and then Commanders just like,
who cares?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Awesome.
Brandon London, thank you so much for joining, taking the time.
Thanks so much.
Brandon London, New York Post Sports. We're going to send it to break. We'll be back with more coverage from Radio Row after this break.
Hi, this is Michael Kay, WFUV class of 1982. WFUV is your home for all things Fordham athletics, with live coverage of Fordham football, Fordham men's and women's basketball, in addition to our Saturday show, One-on-One. Stay right here on 90.7 FM for all things WFUV sports.
little bit of a longer break here at Radio Row. We're just trying to piece things together, though, and here we are. Now we're back.
Piece together.
Piece it together. We've pieced something together, and now we'll talk about it. How about that? We're going to talk about the road to the Super Bowl, starting with the AFC and the Chiefs. They get the first round bye, and they play the type of Chiefs football that they've been playing all year long. I believe that conference championship game against the Bills was maybe the first time they put up 30 points this year.
Yes, I think it was.
But their games have been kind of a slow burn on offense, but the defense has really been turning up, and they've been getting better and better each week. So they didn't overmatch, I would say, the Houston Texans. They did outplay them, though, and it showed. C.J. Stroud, he played a good ball game. There wasn't a whole lot you could do. Josh Allen and the Bills, they played a great ball game. Not a whole lot you can do. So the Chiefs are kind of doing this slow burn philosophy here, a little bit similar to last year. Whereas with last year, though, this team wasn't as good, and they went on a run late and kind of cruised through the playoffs. This year, they went 15-2. They also cruised through the playoffs. And now I think with both teams, though, they have probably their hardest matchup. Now, the Bills, I think that the AFC in terms of teams may be a little bit harder to get through. It's a little bit more of a gauntlet. However, though, I think the Eagles do beat the Bills if that's the Super Bowl. I think each team is now matched up against the hardest opponent that they are going to have to play in these playoffs.
I 100% agree, and I think the Chiefs all season long were that team that we saw them finish off as. They never took that step back like they did last season. I think that was a great point, and I thought Jason Avant made such a good point about what he saw from the Chiefs this season, and that was you have to go beat the Chiefs. The Chiefs aren't going to lose the game for you, and there's a lot of teams in the NFL, a lot of good teams in the NFL. I think the Bills, for example, are one of them. We see a lot of good teams lose games for themselves, throw an interception in the fourth quarter, make a really bad penalty in the fourth quarter that decides the game, a fumble, something of the sort. We never see that from these Patrick Mahomes-led Chiefs teams, especially, say, these last 3 seasons. They execute to perfection, and you have to go outplay the Chiefs, which I think is just something that the Eagles can't really say. I love Jalen Hurts. I think he's a great quarterback, but I think he is subjective to being the reason that they lose some games. He'll throw a fourth-quarter pick. He'll make a bad decision. He won't pick up a blitz. That doesn't happen with Mahomes. The Eagles have to go outplay the Chiefs, which they can. I just feel like all season the Chiefs have been proving that you have to come beat us. We're not going to lose it for you, and that's a big difference.
If you're waiting for Kansas City to make a mistake, they're probably not going to make it, and it's going to end up being you who make the mistake and end up losing in a ridiculous manner, as we saw so often this year with the Chiefs. That divisional game against the Texans, I think, is when not the public has always sort of hated the Kansas City Chiefs because they're good.
Yeah,
but I think there's a couple Mahomes flops in that game where he faked going out of bounds and then got pushed and tried to sell the call, or when he was running around in the middle of the field and then slid down at the last second, got hit in the head. Those two calls were in that Chiefs-Texans game, and I think that really just solidified the Chiefs as sort of the villains of the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't think after that game anybody liked them besides Chiefs fans, but they kind of like it that way. That's how they operate, and they've known for so long that most people are rooting against them. But it doesn't matter when you're so fundamentally sound and you're not going to make mistakes on the football field. And I think the Houston game was a big example of that, thinking about the Chiefs not turning the ball over, getting a couple fourth down stops on Houston, some missed field goals. They're the team that ended up making the mistakes. And the Chiefs, although it wasn't necessarily pretty, were able to escape with a 9-point win.
See, that's the thing. That's what Brandon London was just talking about, though. What makes this Chiefs team so great is that the little minute details that they are able to follow through on, maybe not all of the time they get those to fall their way, but they do follow through on a lot of those small details enough of the time to the point where it sways games into their favor 100%. Sure, the Chiefs will definitely not be liked the more and more that they win. That's just what happens with everything. Nobody liked the Patriots. Nobody likes the Yankees. They still don't like the Yankees. No one likes the Dodgers. That's just what happens when you win. No one is going to like you, and people are going to continue to dislike you more and more the more that you win. What really was special to me in that game, because I don't know, this could be his last game that we see him play, and love him or hate him, he is one of the best, if not the best, tight ends of all in NFL history, and that's Travis Kelce. He has 117 yards in that game on 7 receptions. It was his best game the entire season. He had a very down season, but that's what makes this Chiefs team really, really special, is that they're able to utilize different facets of their offense to get things going. Their big question mark was their receiving core. They were able to make a very solid receiving core competent and then pretty fearful. There's a lot of different options. I mean, you have D-Hop in his 12th year and catching really great passes, making really athletic plays. And then if you want to double him up, then you got Juju, who's also a little bit more of a veteran, just going right down the seam, right down the middle on a little slant route. He's open. They just have endless of outlets for them to connect with in terms of Patrick Mahomes. But Travis Kelce having the game that he had, not saying it's going to happen, but that's one of those little intangibles. If it needs to happen, it probably will happen, and it will lead to another win for them.
100%. And they seem so confident, even when the stuff you're talking about isn't happen, that eventually it will. Whether that's later in the game, later in the season. Travis Kelce on a down year this year, on a skid that he's been on for 2 seasons now in the older part of his career. The question was, can he pick it up in the playoffs? Can he turn it on? And it seemed throughout the whole year the Chiefs just had that poise and that comfort, that mentality, along with Kelce and Mahomes, that he is going to turn it on because he does it all the time. They see it happen all the time, so they're so confident in it. Patrick Mahomes was ranked like the 16th best quarterback analytically in the league for most of the season in quarters 1 through 3, and was first in every category in fourth quarter throughout the season. They just have this mentality now that they're so good that they know eventually they're going to piece it together and win in the end. And it's been working, which is like even scarier to think about as a fan of any other team that's not the Chiefs, but just so dominant that even when it's not being put together in games, like when they're losing early in the first half, they always know deep down, even fans watching know deep down, if the Texans were winning 24-0 like they were a few seasons ago going into halftime and Mahomes came back and won that game, everyone sitting on their couch would be like, oh, well, this is going to be a one-score game. The Chiefs are going to bring this back at some point. So I think just the level of confidence that they have in themselves and then they go out and prove it is honestly scary for the rest of the league.
I think that stat you told us, Evan, that really speaks to their adaptive play style.
Yes.
They may not be the same dominant team like they were. Because when Tyreek Hill was there, that was a dominant
offensive
offense.
juggernaut.
That was one of the best offenses I think I've ever watched. Yeah. That was insane. Then they've become more of a defensive identified team. They are known for how good their defense is, and because they have Mahomes and because they have Kelce. The offense, though, of like 6 years ago, that was really, really something special. But the fact that they're able to adapt the way that they do, maybe they don't have it put together in the first 3 quarters, but you can win the game, and you do. You either win or you lose the game in the fourth quarter. You can't do either of those in 1 through 3. It is won or lost in the fourth quarter no matter what the score is. So the fact that the Chiefs are able, and Patrick Mahomes specifically, to elevate his game into the fourth quarter where he is just better than everybody else out there, that is pretty special. But one thing I want to talk about too, Nick, is their run game this year. 2 very solid running backs. One hurt a lot and one they had to bring in, but with familiarity in terms of Andy Reid's scheme and this team. Isaiah Pacheco, I've been banking on him these entire playoffs, as in I could see him having a really big game. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think he's still laboring that leg a little bit, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he's a really solid running back. But Kareem Hunt has come back to Kansas City from Cleveland and has put together a really, really solid season.
Yeah, I think if you were a Kansas City fan and Pacheco goes down early in the year, you're probably panicking a little bit considering how crucial he was to the run last year and just how good he looked in the playoffs and the effort that he runs with. It's just, you know that he's a dog. Isaiah Pacheco's a dog. And for him to get hurt, then you start to wonder, all right, well, how is his rushing attack going to look? So sometimes you go back to familiarity. You go back to a guy who you know has been in the organization before and knows what it takes to play the game under Andy Reid. In Kareem Hunt, listen, it's not like Kareem Hunt was amazing throughout the regular season for the Chiefs. He was serviceable and did exactly what they needed him to do, both in the passing game and rushing. And you brought in some other guys to become more of a complement as the year went on. And now you have Pacheco back, and all of a sudden you have a lot of options there at running back. But I think it says a lot about the Chiefs for Pacheco to go down and then to think, all right, so who can we maybe bring in to be the number one guy and to be really, really effective
as a running back, well, let's go with someone we know. And Kareem Hunt really, really filled that void well.
Yeah, and that goes right into their ability to adapt that you were mentioning, Will. I loved that point, and it made me keep thinking about it after you said it. And they really adapt in so many different ways from those Tyreek Hill days, even just as an offensive scheme. That offensive game plan was all vertical. Everybody was running down the field. Patrick Mahomes was launching the ball down the field. Everybody was vertical every play. And then you look at the Chiefs now, it's the most West Coast offense in the NFL. Yeah. Everything is sideways, everything side to side, screen passes, motion, everything is so much different. And then eventually for those 2 seasons, they adapted this power run mentality of Isaiah Pacheco that they never would have had with Tyreek Hill. Now they're known as a defensive juggernaut. I think it really points to Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo for me as play callers to just show you that even with different personnel, such different types of guys, they can go ahead and say, okay, well, with these guys, let's do this instead, and it'll work, and it's been working. I think that Bills play that everybody points to, that Josh Allen should have thrown the ball to the running back when he got blitzed, that was such a good blitz from Steve Spagnuolo. I mean, the cornerback came. Josh Allen wasn't expecting it at all. Nobody picked him up. That was really a win for Steve Spagnuolo, not what people were making it and pointing at Josh Allen for making a mistake. That was an excellently drawn blitz. So I think the play callers deserve more credit than they get over there for Kansas City as well.
I think, too, with this West Coast offense that you bring up, obviously Tyreek Hill is probably the fastest receiver that I've ever seen, and he's still probably one of the fastest players, if not the fastest in the NFL right now, still at his age. Yeah. But is it a fair argument to say this Chiefs team, without him, is a little bit faster? Xavier Worthy, the way that I see him accelerate and explode off the ball, specifically in the flats, is unbelievable. He can get into another gear and get you an extra 15 yards. Not saying that Tyreek couldn't do that, but the run style that you have in Isaiah Pacheco, who can also motor in his own regard, there's two. A guy that didn't play it all this year, Rashee Rice, can fly. Hollywood Brown can fly. I think this offense is a little bit more dynamic with, I guess, well, what's the word? You want to call them subsets of Tyreek Hill? I guess we can call them that. They're not Tyreek Hill, but they have electrifying speed like him. But it just makes their offense a little bit more dynamic. The fact that they have 3 guys that have this little burst of energy in accelerating with the football.
And this was the first year in Patrick Mahomes' career as a starter that he was under 4,000 yards passing.
Yeah.
Finished with 3,900 yards.
Yep.
So that tells you a lot about how the style has changed from 2 years ago. He's 5,000 plus passing yards,
50 plus touchdowns,
throwing for all those touchdowns. It's just a different look now, and I think it says a lot about how annoyingly good the Kansas City Chiefs are at drafting. I mean, they win every year, so your pick is way down there in the first round.
Yeah.
And they were able to get Worthy 28th overall. And it seems like you have another, I like the word subset, of Tyreek Hill, someone with that kind of explosiveness that you have up and down the offense. It's like you can't replace Tyreek Hill 1 for 1, but you can get other guys who have similar qualities and can serve that purpose for your offense.
And Tyreek Hill's very fast. Let's not forget Xavier Worthy has the 40-yard dash record in the NFL currently. He broke it this past season, a 4.22, I believe. It might have been a 4.21, I believe it might have been, but it was ridiculous. Yeah. So he actually is faster than Tyreek Hill. I think that's a great point, that West Coast offense. And I think another reason for why they've switched with this offense, gone from that vertical game to the West Coast, aside from not having Tyreek Hill anymore, which was a big factor in that, is Mahomes has grown as an experienced NFL quarterback, so now he understands where the defense is leverage-wise. He can pick apart defenses more with his brain. When he was younger, it was more, all right, this guy's got a cannon of an arm and can extend the play. Let's just have him run around and throw the ball downfield. Now he's so much smarter. It's so much more of a cerebral game from Mahomes that they've been able to adapt in this way. The Chiefs have just been getting better and better, and it's scary.
Yeah, even though the numbers weren't glamorous for Patrick Mahomes this year by any means. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it. He still had a very solid season. From a quarterback standpoint, he had a solid season from what we're accustomed to seeing from him. It was definitely a down year, yet here he is at another Super Bowl playing his game, and I think that's a very, very valid point, Evan, in that he's just maturing as a quarterback.
Yeah.
He, like you said, when he was at Texas Tech, he could move a little bit, and he could really sling the rock wherever you needed him to. Now he's really becoming a more complete quarterback, more than we've ever seen him do. One more thing about the road that the Chiefs have been on. Let's talk about their defense. We really haven't talked. We've talked all about this offense and everything that makes it really special and this and that, but this has been a defensive AFC champion for the last 2 straight years now. It mainly started last year. You always have to have somewhat of a solid defense, right, to get to this point. But their defense really won them their playoff games last year and has definitely held down the fort this entire season, this entire playoff run. And a lot of credit to Steve Spagnuolo on that. He's going for yet another Super Bowl, won one with the Giants, and he's got now 3 with the Chiefs, looking for a 4th here in Kansas City, and maybe even a 5th. That would be really, really something. Could go down as one of the best defensive coordinators of all time. But speaking of guys that were also found late in the first round, George Karlaftis, and the Chiefs have this ability to develop players that just fit into their scheme. George Karlaftis was a late first-round pick, fell to the Chiefs. The Chiefs were like, we'll take him. He fits our scheme 100%. This defense is so balanced in their attack. Like you were saying, Evan, Spagnuolo just knows when you need to go to cover 2, when you need to blitz. He's just got it down to a science, and it's pretty much it's very hard to penetrate.
It's awesome to watch. It's very much like that Giants offense you saw a couple of seasons ago from Wink Martindale as well. It's a similar mentality of load up the box and make the offense confused and to not know who's coming, who's dropping. And then once you get into those late games when the pressure's all the way up, the stadium, Chiefs Kingdom is screaming, doing their chants at you, the last thing you're probably focused on is whether that corner that looks like he's blitzing is going to drop or come, even though that's what you're supposed to be focused on. But Steve Spagnuolo is so good, and I think Chris Jones is just the centerpiece of that defense for so many seasons. It's really been kind of in the defensive tackle realm. Aaron Donald, clear number 1 throughout his whole career, and Chris Jones as a clear number 2. He's been so good, Chris Jones, at the back end of his season that he's been closing that gap so much. Aaron Donald, obviously, 3 defensive players of the year. Chris Jones has a couple as well. But Chris Jones was a main reason they beat the Bills. They stopped that ever so powerful Bills 4th and 1 tush-push-esque QB sneak because Chris Jones was on the field wreaking havoc in it the whole game. It just makes such a difference when you have someone in the middle that is just like a bull in the china shop, ruining everything, making you go sideline to sideline instead of north and south.
I think what's so great about Steve Spagnuolo is that, when you think about defenses that stack the box like Wink Martindale, where you're getting all the guys up in the line of scrimmage, I think Spagnuolo is great about showing more restraint in moments.
Yeah.
I think Wink Martindale, a lot of the time, some criticism is that is almost suicidal on defense
So
sometimes.
heavy blitz.
Heavy blitz all the time. If you blitz all the time, the pressure's great, but obviously quarterbacks are going to be able to adjust. Mm-hmm. But when you stack the box and you're still consistent about dropping guys back into coverage, then all of a sudden the offense doesn't know what's coming and at what point. And I think Spagnuolo is so good, probably the best in the NFL, about picking the moments of when to bring the pressure and when to bring some fancy pressure that maybe you haven't seen in a couple of weeks, whether it's a corner blitz or a safety blitz or whatever. He's so good about mixing that up and really picking the situations of when to push which buttons. It seems like every time Kansas City does bring a lot of men on the blitz, it's the perfect time to do so.
Yeah.
And when they drop back, it seems like that works too.
See, I like the philosophy comparison between the two because it is definitely very comparable. But the thing with Spagnuolo that Martindale didn't really have, and I wonder if this would change things for how Martindale called different defensive schemes. Would he be less foot on the gas for blitzing if he had such dynamic secondary pieces that Spagnuolo has? And having the defense definitely helps. Having the mind to come up with these schemes is where it all happens. But look at some of the tools that Spagnuolo is able to utilize. I mean, he's not there anymore, but L'Jarius Sneed was awesome
Best
to have.
corner in the league.
He was so dynamic, and he was just more than a cornerback, too. He could do a lot of different things, could really drop back in coverage if you need. Justin Reed, they get him over from Houston. He's been excellent. He's already won the back-to-back Super Bowls with the Chiefs since coming over. I'm already forgetting some names, but Sneed, even though he's with Tennessee now, excellent. Justin Reed, excellent defensive back. Just these dynamic players in that secondary, and it really helps to the plan of attack when you have ball hawks like that. But then, with a blink of an eye, they could come in and blitz.
They're all young, too. Trent McDuffie among
Trent
those
McDuffie,
names
that's
as well.
what I was thinking of.
Justin Watson in that back end as well. All of them are like under 25, at least under 27. They actually had to let go of Sneed because they're so good in the back end that they didn't have enough money to pay all of their secondary players. They had to pick one and let him go because they were so good. Goes back to your point about them drafting so well, even getting the worst pick in the draft every season. But, yeah, that's a great point. They can play it all, too. They can play zone, man. they don't have issues with that. A lot of corners, maybe a zone corner, not a man corner. There's no one on the Chiefs that can't adjust, which fits their style of play of adapting to the game as it goes on so well.
Well, I think that's a good time to take a break right there. We'll take a break. Maybe we'll come back. We may have another interview, or we'll talk about the Eagles side of things.
Talk.
Yeah. We got a lot of content coming up here at Radio Row, one-on-one. We'll see you on the flip side.
Hi, my name is Ryan Rucco, WFUV class of 2008. WFUV is your home for all things Fordham athletics, with live coverage of Fordham football, Fordham men's and women's basketball, in addition to our Saturday show, One-on-One. Stay right here on 90.7 FM for all things WFUV sports.
Lou Orlando, James Birle. We're now joined by Jonah Whitcamper from the Amazon Investor Coalition. You're giving out interviews for free. Why are you doing that?
Hey, everybody. I am a strong believer in securing the ecological integrity of the world's largest forest. There's too much deforestation that creates some local drought. The Amazon forest is at a tipping point beyond which, if it dries out and burns away, we can lose up to 30% of species. And NASA calls the Amazon forest the center of the global water cycle. It propagates rain patterns all over the world. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
And so I'm working to shift those economic patterns away from deforestation towards forest protection.
So obviously doing very good and important work. What are you hoping to achieve this week in New Orleans, and how long have you been here making the rounds here at Radio Row at Super Bowl?
This is my second interview.
Oh, wow.
I just got here dozens of minutes ago. My first interview was with PSU, so it looks like I'm making the university route, which is very exciting. Why are we doing this? One of the ways to save the Amazon forest is to educate people about what the Amazon forest has to offer. A lot of people have heard of acai and Brazil nuts, and actually rubber originally comes from the Amazon. If we eat those things and we create higher demand for them, then the forest protection economy that wants this forest to be standing can outpace the deforestation economy. So it's simply an economic argument. So I'm here to educate people about how to eat our way to global sustainability. And the NFL is like unbelievable broadcaster.
You just said your first two interviews, PSU and now us, two colleges. How important is it for that education and this instruction, people to be informed about that, for that to start in college, in high school, in middle school, in elementary school, get it early and get these values instilled in children?
I believe that the patterns that we create in our adolescence and our young adulthood repeats for the rest of our life. So if you develop a taste for acai, you guys ever had acai before?
I'm a big fan of acai.
I have had acai.
Okay.
And I'm a big fan of Brazil nuts as well.
Okay, great. Have you ever heard of cupuaçu or camu camu or burichi?
I've heard of camu camu, but I can't say I've had it.
Okay, yeah. Camu camu is sold in some drinks here. So if we develop a taste for these foods early in lives, then we'll repeat it for the rest of our lives, and it'll create those consumption patterns that are needed to maintain those new regenerative economic cycles in the Amazon region. So if you're a student on campus at Fordham or elsewhere, and you're responsible for like a student club that is about food, and you can influence the cafeteria and what kinds of food they buy and sell, then how can you get involved? Well, demand that they add acai to the menu and Brazil nuts and cupuaçu and burichi and these other things. If you're looking for one particular brand that sells these things and is ready to scale, there's one company called Amayu, AMAYU.com. It's an amazing story. They source burichi, acai, and camu camu from 21 different indigenous communities from Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, and collectively they protect 7 million hectares of forest. So let's scale that brand and make it a global thing, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
I think suffice it to say, the Fordham University meal opportunities could be improved quite a bit in many different facets.
Acai. 100%
some use some
could use some
acai,
acai.
not only for the nutritional purposes of it, but for the environmental purposes as well. We actually had a chance to speak with the NOLA Water Collaborative a few days ago. They're doing great work educating about the ecological crisis as it pertains to New Orleans here locally. Perhaps a bit out of your area of expertise, but they mentioned that the water that New Orleans is actually below sea level. It hasn't always been. That 20% of petrochemicals are sourced from New Orleans in factories here. Are you seeing that sort of pattern now persist in areas globally, affecting regions that aren't just the world's greatest rainforest in the Amazon?
Sourcing oil is a challenge. It is conceivable that someday the world will reach peak oil, and we'll need to find some sort of alternative. There are some areas where it's better to pull out oil than others. I don't know so much about the water situation in Louisiana. I can tell you that one big controversy in the Amazon right now is where to get the oil. China owns some oil fields in the Ecuadorian Amazon, and there's a big fight in the Ecuadorian Supreme Court. Should they get the access or not? Ultimately, because there's this part of the Constitution of Ecuador that protects nature, in that debate, nature won out, and so China no longer has access to its same oil fields. The president of Brazil, Lula, is having a debate right now about whether to get oil off the coast of the Amazon and things like that. I can tell you that it's not needed for the income in the region. Carbon markets and payments for ecosystem services and reforestation earns a heck of a lot of money actually for locals than the oil industry does. There are many other more convenient places to get oil, but these are things worth worrying about. But you mentioned another thing that's even more important, something I'm even more worried about than oil, and that's water. This death of the Amazon that I talk about, unless we reforest 5% of the region, that trend will run itself through. And if we lose the Amazon, the weather models suggest that the United States, especially the western United States, which would include parts of Louisiana, can lose up to 50% of its precipitation. So for our own water security, we need to care about that region, and we need to worry about oil.
You mentioned how people at universities can help these efforts. Are there any other ways that anyone out there can aid these efforts?
Yes. Investment, philanthropy, corporate procurement, media awareness. Let's talk about media awareness for a second. If you go to AmazoniaRising.org, there's a coalition of organizations coming together to build demands and secure commitments of $1 billion for the Amazon forest. You can learn a lot of interesting stuff there. If you're someone who's involved in investing, go look at AmazonInvestor.org. You can see a portfolio of companies that are fundraising money that can provide a return on investment, and they help protect the forest. If you're into philanthropy, there are coalitions of organizations. Some are better than others. There are analyses of how to do this. Let's go for change versus charity. Rather than give a man a fish, or rather than just give someone a fish and he eats for a day, let's teach them how to fish and they'll eat forever. Let's inspire intelligent philanthropy that helps to create these regenerative bioeconomy cycles that lead to forest protection economies as opposed to deforestation economies. I would say the most important thing, though, beyond investment philanthropy and changing consumption patterns, is just really educate yourself and educate others. There's some great books out there. Paul Rizzoli wrote this book, Look for His Name. There's one called Amazon, What Everybody Needs to Know. If you go to AmazonInvestor.org, there's a link there to like 40 of the best books on the Amazon.
Yep.
I was just going to say, I think it's we've been talking about at Radio Row how you never know what you're going to find. You just stumble into interviews, stumble into so many different people.
Yeah.
And we've actually had the opportunity to be educated about multiple different environmental factors, ecological things going on in this world. So I just wanted to personally say thank you for doing this good work, Jonah. And it's also, ironically enough, it aligns with, I was stressing to get a paper done last night.
Yeah.
I was writing about environmentalism, how it pertains. Have you heard of William Cronin?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was writing about William Cronin's 1996 papers, and I just know it's kind of ironic that this just sort of happened, and I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate that.
My pleasure, guys. Really great to meet you, and thanks so much for the work you're doing to educate Fordham.
www.amazoninvestor.org. It's Jonah Wittkamper, the co-founder and president of Amazon Investor Coalition. Thank you for spreading this message.
Thanks so much, guys. Really great to meet you.
Appreciate it.
We'll be back in a sec. Hey, it's Lou Orlando. Alongside Nick Palmer and Will Tallant, I'm one of your 3 New York Yankees beat reporters for the 2024 season. The Yanks are looking to surge back to postseason form behind the incredible two-headed monster that is Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. I'll have you covered every step of the way with live updates, on-field interviews, post-game analysis, and more. Follow along on Twitter at SweetLou with 5 U's to keep up with the Bronx Bombers on their chase for 28. WFUV, your home for New York sports.
We are back and still live from Super Bowl 59 Media Week here hour 3 of our coverage here at Super Bowl Media Week for Super Bowl 59 here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Now, we talked about the Chiefs and their path to get here, but we got to talk about the big beast out of the NFC East. The Philadelphia Eagles are back in the Super Bowl once again. Nick Sirianni, his second Super Bowl appearance in 4 years as coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, 14-3 on the season. And there's a lot to talk about with this team, but I really do want to talk about what we saw in this NFC title because I think we were all very excited to watch it. You saw kind of a Cinderella story Washington Commanders team come into Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. And, it was a highly anticipated game, a divisional matchup. It ends up a 55-23 curb stomping delivered to the Washington Commanders. But the beginning of that game didn't really look like that. In fact, it really did start with an exchange of blows. You saw Zane Gonzalez putting Washington on the board first with a field goal on their first drive, but it was Saquon Barkley right out the gate. I think a pretty poetic start to an NFC title with the season that he's had, a long breakaway touchdown to put the Eagles on the board with the first touchdown of the game.
Those runs are just devastating, and that's what he has the ability to do. Like, you can't undervalue the mental gut punch of watching Saquon go for the length of the field and score a touchdown.
On the first play from scrimmage.
To open the game.
There were questions coming in about Washington and their ability to stop the Eagles' offense. I don't think it's any secret that the one thing really holding Washington back from being a legit contender this year was the defense was banged up, their secondary was porous, and then if you can't stop Saquon, hey, you're going to have a bad day. And for that to be the first play from scrimmage, it set the tone, and that feels like it's been the tone for the Eagles this postseason. I don't think the Packers really ever gave them much of a run, much of a challenge. The Rams, I'll say, people forget Rams in Rams in the final minute had a chance to win that game. That was a very tight game. The Rams fight back, but even then, the Eagles had the stronghold earlier. It feels like the Eagles have clearly been the best team in the NFC, and it's not even been close.
But I think the biggest thing with the first half of that game, especially that NFC title, was how quickly the Eagles put how quickly the Eagles put the Commanders in a hole. Even though the Commanders did get on the board first with that opening field goal and did have a nice response with that touchdown, that 38-yard touchdown from Terry McLaurin, a nice connection between him and Jaden Daniels. I do think it was those two quick touchdowns from Saquon Barkley, 2 first-quarter touchdowns, basically had everyone and their mother set up for what was eventually going to be a Saquon Barkley hat trick in that game. But I think it was how quickly the Eagles got out in front and also some costly mistakes early on for the Commanders. A lot of undisciplined play. You saw some pretty rough penalties at bad times that extended drives. Marshawn Lattimore getting into things.
It's a bad day.
It was a bad look. It's a bad look when, he's getting cooked. I get it at his old age. It might not be as easy as it used to be. He's a long-time vet, but to be blunt, he's getting cooked out there. And then he's getting in chin wags with A.J. Brown. And it's, you saw some early mistakes that came back to bite Washington that Philadelphia was able to capitalize on pretty quickly.
I mean, we could talk about how fruitful Philly were. I mean, the Saquon runs early in the game obviously set the tone, and then they really made that separation in the second quarter and never looked back. I think the Lattimore moment for me is bigger than people might give it credit for. We talk a lot about the Chiefs having that mental edge. They could be down 24 going into the fourth quarter. You just know they're going to make it close. For me, Philly has a similar mentality. The way that they started the season and the way that they finished 2023, I don't think a lot of even Eagles fans had Super Bowl on the cards for what happened. Many ways that they looked at the following 8 games where they won 8 in a row, then the way that they approached the playoffs and the second half, post first quarter of that game against Washington, they just knew that they were going to go ahead and be the superior team in that one. Obviously, on paper, they're the better team. Washington's defense a bit depleted, not as good as the Eagles' #1 ranked defense in the National Football League. But I think A.J. Brown recognizing he has an opportunity to get under Lattimore's skin, for me, that spoke out to me that, this Eagles team is fully prepared for the occasion. They are what the Chiefs are in the AFC to the NFC in many ways. Not quite as dominant, not quite as resilient, but still for me, I've said it now I think maybe 6 times the past 3 days on Radio Row. This is the Super Bowl we deserve in terms of the NFL. These are the 2 best teams. We got the best out of the NFC, got the best out of the AFC, and I know that the Chiefs are a different beast, but I'm still clinging on to all these similarities culturally, attitude-wise that these teams possess. I thought that moment was big, and I think I was very intrigued by the matchup. I loved what the Commanders were able to do to get to that point. But I think once that happened, I was like, this game is over. It's just over.
I mean, to that point, it's a team that so clearly was committed to getting back to the peaks that they had achieved a few years ago, to getting back to the Super Bowl, to getting another crack at it. You think back to what happened last year where the Eagles fall apart and Nick Sirianni's on the hot seat. There were talks earlier in the season about if this season doesn't go well, if the Eagles don't win the division, is Nick Sirianni getting fired? And it is kind of funny to think about that because on paper, he's having a phenomenal start to his head coaching career, but I think it was completely justified. Last year was an absolute disaster, especially when you look at the NFC East and how winnable it's been really the last 5 years. It feels like the Eagles have had a stronghold on it since Dallas has probably fallen off a little bit from even their mid-2010s era. The Eagles needed to get back to this level. They had the talent to do it. And now they're the scary team. And while, yes, they're the Chiefs of the NFC, what I think is scary is that even as the Chiefs are winning games here and getting to the Super Bowl, it never felt that dominant. I mean, they played one heck of a game against the Bills to get here, but the narrative with the Chiefs had been, well, they've never put up 30 points. They're not blowing anyone out. The Eagles, down the stretch of the regular season and even in the postseason, they have looked dominant. They have looked like these Super Bowl favorites. They have blown teams out. So that I think is an interesting little contrast between Chiefs and Eagles right now.
And I think the biggest, to me personally, as I look towards this game on Sunday, I think there's 3 players, to me personally, on the Eagles that I think are going to be make or break in them winning this game. And all 3 of them are pass catchers. Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and Dallas Goedert. And there's a reason why. I think the elephant in the room, Saquon Barkley has been untouchable this season. We all know this. It's no shock. 3 touchdowns in the NFC title. He was the difference maker in this game, bar none. And then you also are behind a Philadelphia Eagles offensive line that pretty much makes anything possible. I think a big part, I don't want to take any success away from Saquon Barkley, but you can't just look at Saquon Barkley's statistics this season and not factor in the O-line that was in front of him. So I think those are going to be 2 focal points. I have no fear for Spags that he's, not able to, fully prepare a defense for everything that Philadelphia is going to be throwing at them. But I think the 2 focal points and the 2 things that they're going to focus on is Saquon and also how to penetrate through that offensive line. So if those are sort of the main 2 focuses and the 2 things that I think are the biggest risks that Kansas City needs to mitigate, I think Jalen Hurts being able to find those passing options that are diverse, that do different sorts of things, that are threats down the field and close by. You got Dallas Goedert, who was breaking tackles, looked untouchable in the NFC title. His connection with those 3 guys on their routes, I think, is going to be what makes or breaks the Eagles in this game on Sunday.
That's what Aaron Schatz said.
That's what I was going to say. That's entirely in agreement with what Aaron Schatz was saying, because the Chiefs have such an impressive run defense. Ironically enough, the red zone, I can get back to that in a second. They have bad red zone run defense, but good everywhere else run defense. It's going to cause Philadelphia to have to keep Saquon on the back burner, use him wisely, and Jalen Hurts is going to have to win the game with the ball in his hands. So I completely agree that the pass catching is going to have to be top-notch if they want to make a dent in this Kansas City defense. We've seen so many teams just get 3 and outed till they're dead against the Chiefs, and then, we talk about the Eagles being fruitful. I mean, the Chiefs are just as efficient offensively as it comes. Post-Week 8, though, this Eagles team has been so good in terms of ball possession. I think that's something that we often give credit to the Chiefs for, is managing the clock and working teams down. But this Philadelphia Eagles team is plus 27 on turnovers. They average 6.6 points per game off of turnovers. That's a touchdown a game you're getting from a turnover. And obviously that was crucial in their win over Washington. Scored off all 3 Washington turnovers, I believe, in that game. So I do think that there's something to be said about the coaching for this Eagles team as well. I know we talked about Andy Reid and Spags, 2 of the best play callers in the game. Kellen Moore has been fantastic as an offensive coordinator for the Eagles. Nick Sirianni, not much of a play caller. Kellen Moore potentially being poached by the New Orleans Saints, as we've reported. But I want to talk. Vic Fangio comes in as the new defensive coordinator for this Eagles team, and completely transforms the identity of the team, a much more physical team, both on offense and defense. So I don't think we appreciated just how good the coaching was for Philly until we got the chance to speak with the players, do some media availability. Speaking to the O-lineman, you mentioned how good the O-line is. Of course, you don't want to take anything from Saquon, but having as many of those great offensive linemen as they've been. Coach Jeff Stoutland's the longest tenured coach for this Eagles team. I think is 12 seasons now.
For good reason.
Yeah, and they've only gotten better, right? They lose Jason Kelsey. Cam Jurgens steps into the center role, and I was actually very fascinated by this. Jordan Mailata said that Kelsey played a big hand in choosing who would be the next center. They could have gone and drafted for centers. They could have gone and done a bunch of different things, but Jurgens played center in college, was a starting right guard last year, makes the transition because Kelsey tipped him off and said, hey, Stout, hey, Sirianni, hey, Kellen Moore, this is the direction we're going to take. And I think it's paid off. Not only has he been pretty elite for most of the season, but he was playing in snaps that he wasn't 100% for in that NFC Championship game, and he was still useful. The culture, you can't say enough about it.
I also think the effectiveness of this offensive line could not have been more properly timed, because the other thing, and I'll word this delicately because I don't want to come off like I'm sounding like too strong of a critic, but one person who has been the source of a lot of criticism this season, and it's surprising for someone who's going to start a Super Bowl on Sunday at quarterback, is Jalen Hurts. He's received a lot of criticism of his play, sometimes not being as effective through the air as he's been in past seasons. Really, he's had it's been more of an up and down, peaks and valleys with him at different points throughout this season with regards to his performance. A lot of people crediting a lot of the offensive success for these Philadelphia Eagles to Saquon Barkley and the offensive line. I think that is so perfectly timed that their offensive line is as effective and clicks as well as it does when it's already what some have considered kind of a skittish back and forth peaks and valleys year for Jalen Hurts. If he was spending every game running for his life in the backfield on a year that already some people considered was a bit off for him, who knows where this team could have been.
It's not every day that when you go to a player availability at the Super Bowl on a team that's stacked with star, top-notch talent at every position, Jordan Mailata's podium, Lane Johnson's podium, about as packed as they go. Not Saquon packed, but crowded. That's not common. These are offensive linemen that have become stars. It's hard to become a star in the NFL as an offensive lineman.
It really is.
Now, you don't have a lot of fun. You got to be a real true football fan to have a ton of fun just locking in on the trenches. Now, the true football fans, they love it. They're all over that stuff. I'm glad you mentioned Vic Fangio because we talk about the O-line all the time. We talk about Saquon all the time. I'm in love with this Eagles secondary.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's the perfect mix of you have top talent, but you have veteran talent, guys that have been like Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I love this secondary, and I'm curious how it battles against. This is the most creative we're going to see the Chiefs this season. I think you're going to see them go deeper in their offensive playbook than they have gone before. And in big games like this, it's the guys that have been there that show up before. So we always praise Travis Kelce for he finds the open spots. How do you stop a guy like that? You have a really well-coached secondary led by two phenomenal cornerbacks, a great pair of safeties. You got some solid linebackers. I don't think there's enough praise that goes to this Eagles defensive unit.
I think it's beyond just skill and experience. I think these guys are all personalities, right? Like these are leaders in that locker room. I look around the Philadelphia Eagles. You mentioned on the O-line how many guys have assumed leadership roles. I think defensively, it's the same way. We could talk about the culture, the calmness that we recognized in every Chiefs player, every Chiefs coach. I still got that same impression from the Eagles. It's not like, wow, we're going up against the Chiefs, backs against the wall. Like, no, they feel like they belong here. They're acting like they belong here, probably because they do.
You mentioned Darius Slay just now. That was one of my favorite people to approach in player availability because you could just tell by his answers. Look, Darius Slay has had a phenomenal career and has been a top-tier defensive player for as long as he's been in the league. What I think was so fun to see when we went over to his media podium, and even I got to ask him about, they felt just falling just short to the Chiefs just a couple years ago in the Super Bowl. I asked him, I was like, did any of the guys ever hope that if you made it back to the Super Bowl that maybe it was the Chiefs you'd play again? Just because, you guys could have won that game. Like, that was not a oh, for sure, the Chiefs through and through were for sure going to win that game. Like 38-35 final score. It came down to didn't come down to, but a big part was a crucial pass interference late in the game. They were neck and neck. So I asked him that, and he just talked about how he embraced how different this team was from the 2022 team in all the right ways. All of his answers they oozed with excitement and appreciation for the squad that they had this year.
Yeah.
He genuinely was so appreciative of who he plays alongside of and the type of scheme that they've been able to run this year and the success that it's brought them. It was fun seeing. I'm not saying that we're expecting to see any guys out there be like, yeah, my teammates are all right. But it was especially fun to just see how genuinely amazed Darius Slay was with the defense that he's a part of and the guys that he plays alongside of.
I think offensively, when I was speaking to A.J. Brown, I got the same sort of answer. I wanted to see what he felt would be the difference between the 2022 and 2024 Eagles. From him, he said, I can't really put my finger on it exactly, but I will tell you this. We are a much different team, and we are a lot better. You can point to a number of different personnel. I mean, obviously Saquon's the first one that jumps off the page defensively. You could talk about a guy like Zach Bond, but I do think that the identity of this team, they've dealt with more adversity than that group did. They have more weapons if you speak personnel-wise, and now they have the added experience of coming so close but so far. Only a handful of guys can say in their career that they've been even that close. So to come back again, face the same opponent, it's a different Chiefs team as well. We have to acknowledge that. But, I mean, that added experience is so valuable, and I honestly wholeheartedly believe A.J. Brown when he told me that we're a better team. I've seen it. It feels like that. They kind of have the offensive powerhouse that they maybe didn't have 2 years ago with the added bonus of being the best defense in the league.
There's a name that you guys both mentioned just a few minutes ago that when we're talking about, the Eagles defense and how effective that they've been, there's a name that I am very locked in on, tunnel vision, looking at to see how the Eagles can handle him, and it's Travis Kelce. And there's one reason why, and it's because watching that NFC title game, it looked like they were able to control everybody on that field later on in the game, except for one guy, and it was Zach Ertz.
Especially early in that game.
Zach Ertz ripped up the Eagles. He had 11 receptions for 104 yards. That is 9.5 yards a catch. He had his longest reception was 21 yards. It felt like every time on a drive while the Commanders were trying to stay alive in that game, Jaden Daniels connected over the middle. You'd see Ertz coming out of nowhere, sometimes in double coverage, Daniels getting through a very narrow passageway and finding Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz, who's had a great career in his own right, was a very valuable, asset to that Commanders team in his own right. But now you're talking about Travis Kelce, who's been in these games before. As we mentioned before, is going to be a Hall of Famer when he retires, probably on the first ballot, one of the greatest tight ends of all time, has this experience in the Super Bowl, has experience with defenses focusing on him and him only. He's figured out how to be successful in every facet of this game. I think when they're looking at all of the different offensive weapons that the Chiefs have, that's one that I'm really curious to see how they can contain, because I do think one of the only places where they looked genuinely weak in that NFC title was guarding Zach Ertz.
And when you have 2 weeks to prepare for an opponent, we heard Jason McCourty talk about how intense the prep was during the Super Bowl, and he was with a Pats team that was always praised for. Belichick's teams were never unprepared.
Right.
They always had the edge. I feel that same way about the Chiefs teams, and there's a reason that there are parallels between the Chiefs and the Patriots in terms of dynasties. It's not just winning, it's the way that they win. Travis Kelce feels like a player that would have thrived in a Bill Belichick system because he's a student of the game. And it's funny because he was kind of like Gronk, more of a partier in college, but he knows this Chiefs offense so well that even though I don't think he's the same man he was athletically even 2 years ago, but he's probably as smart as the more you play football, the smarter you're going to get.
And I mean, have you seen any more of a I'm still here type performance than what Travis Kelce did in the AFC title?
Yeah. It's what's been made about Travis Kelce's decline I think is a little overblown. Part of it is that the Chiefs' offense just isn't scoring 40 points a game anymore.
And it's multifaceted in a way that it necessarily wasn't a couple years ago. Not to say that they hadn't had an established run game before this season. In many ways, their run game was hurt this year by Isaiah Pacheco being injured at the beginning of this season. But what I wanted to say about what Zach Ertz was able to do, first and foremost, 9 yards per catch, not quite as good as Brandon London's 19 yards per catch in the CFL.
That's special. People still talk about it.
But Zach Ertz, I mean, that game was emotional for him. Obviously, a longtime Philadelphia Eagle as well. And as the veteran pass catcher on that team, I think he assumed a lot of responsibility in driving that force forward. And quite frankly, he did everything he could to bring about a result for the Commanders. It was just too far away from him. I wanted to ask you about something, Jack, because you wanted to highlight some areas where the Eagles maybe struggle because there are so many similarities between these teams and their successes. While they've had success in special teams, Jake Elliott has struggled with the long field goals. We know we talked about Adam Vinatieri being
how much of a joke it is that he's not a first ballot
and
Hall
how
of Famer.
important it is to have kickers, and now kicking is kind of underlooked by the Hall of Fame. I don't think
you're lucky you didn't have me on that segment, by the way.
Yeah,
you might need to have the dump button ready.
I don't think the guys back in studio. I don't think we should overlook the kicking going ahead into the Super Bowl.
No, I absolutely agree. Again, Super Bowl. The thing with the Super Bowl that I always find so interesting, especially when you look year after year, there's games where you have different points in the game where it's always dormant. Some games don't ramp up until the very end. Some games are high scoring from start to finish. Some games are high scoring in the beginning and kind of bow out towards the end and they figure each other out. It's more of a defensive game in the second half. 1 point in the Super Bowl, to me, feels like 7 points in a regular season game. It really does. Just getting a singular point, having a point lead on your opponent, it feels like forever. It ups the stakes no matter how late in the game you are. And I think the thing with field goals is you don't realize, I think the only field goals that are really, missed field goals I should say, that are remembered are ones that are late in games.
Right.
And I can tell you this, the Super Bowl comeback that the Patriots had against the Falcons, a lot of people don't think about this. Steven Gostkowski, one of the greatest kickers of our generation, missed an extra point in the beginning of the second half, and that was part of the reason that it ended up mathematically being part of the reason that the Patriots had to run 2 two-point conversions instead of just 1. 2-point conversions are risky, man. You don't want to be in a position where you are forced to run a 2-point conversion. You want to be able to just have a chip shot extra point set right up in the middle that you can just ding there and you're good. But he missed an extra point. That was one singular point that resulted because they came back and made it so close in the end that forced the Patriots to make not 1 but 2 clutch 2-point conversions. So you cannot stress enough that it's at any point in the game. I don't care if it's, Vinatieri making a long field goal to win a Super Bowl, or Scott Norwood missing a long field goal as time ticks off to not win a Super Bowl. I think those are the only kicks that are remembered. If you miss a kick any point in the game, it can come back to bite you. And I do like that emphasis that you're placing on a kicker.
I'm blanking specifically on when and how it happened, but I feel like there's something in the air just at large. Kickers have
We've
been
seen a lot of
performing
missed kicks
very poorly throughout this season and throughout the playoffs
They got the
lately.
Kickers have the yips.
Kickers have the yips, and I mean, Harrison Butker is a guy who has kind of got that clutch gene in him.
He really does.
I don't have the numbers in front of me in terms of his playoff streak of made field goals. I know it's up there with the best in NFL history, and obviously if you're going to be in the playoffs every year, that helps that. But I mean, part of the reason is because they have consistent kicking from that guy. I do think that there is, I'll put a stamp on it right now, there's going to be a consequential missed field goal in this game on Sunday. I feel like it's been leading up to that.
No wind.
No wind in the dome.
It's a dome.
Then it's going to have to be the yips.
Then it's all in the yips.
It's all in the
all
yips.
in the yips. Shakira, yips don't lie. Just saying.
Very mental
I
game.
love it.
It's
I
going to be
love
a big stage. Packed dome. Could happen.
You never know, man. I mean, New Orleans, they've hosted 11 Super Bowls, which I did not know until we arrived at the Super Bowl.
So many.
They've hosted 11 Super Bowls.
It's 11
and for
59.
good reason. Look at this place.
I mean, that's what I was
come
saying.
on.
This place?
I was about to say they've
Maybe if it had Wi-Fi.
yeah, exactly. But look, they've hosted 11 Super Bowls, and the city of New Orleans has done an amazing job hosting us. We will send it to break. When we come back, we will be discussing what you've all been waiting for, finally doing our jobs, previewing Super Bowl 59 between the Chiefs and the Eagles. We will be right back after a short break here from Radio Row.
Live from the Big Easy, WFUV Sports has you covered for all things Super Bowl 59.
I'm Will Tallant.
And I'm Evan Harkin.
We're two of your Super Bowl 59 beat reporters,
keeping you up to date on all of the events during Radio Row from New Orleans.
Will Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs make history with their third straight Super Bowl victory?
Or will Saquon Barkley and the Eagles soar to their second Super Bowl win in franchise history?
Catch all of the action live from Radio Row on our YouTube page at WFUV Sports.
And follow along for live updates at the big game on Sunday, February 9th.
WFUV Sports, your home for Super Bowl 59 coverage.
Live from the Big Easy, WFUV Sports has you covered for all things Super Bowl 59.
I'm Will Tallant.
And I'm Evan Harkin.
We're two of your Super Bowl 59 beat reporters,
keeping you up to date on all of the events during Radio Row from New Orleans.
Will Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs make history with their third straight Super Bowl victory?
Or will Saquon Barkley and the Eagles soar to their second Super Bowl win in franchise history?
Catch all of the action live from Radio Row on our YouTube page at WFUV Sports.
And follow along for live updates at the big game on Sunday, February 9th.
WFUV Sports, your home for Super Bowl 59 coverage.
Lou Orlando, Evan Harkin, Jack Warner. We are coming up on the end of our show here. We're going to extend it a little bit. We're trying to get one last interview with one of our favorite baseball players from the early 2010s who is here at Radio Row. So it happens at Radio Row. You run into random people, man. People from UFC here, people from across all sports. We're going to keep the football talk going because Super Bowl 59 coming up Sunday. This is really our last time to talk about it on the airwaves. We've talked about this a little bit, but it's still, the wound's still fresh, and there are people that need to get takes off their chest. Hall of Fame class is announced last night. Ed Allen, Jared Allen, Sterling Sharp, and Antonio Gates are the four that go in. You're only allowed to put in 5 each year, so there's one open spot. An open spot that could have been allocated for a lot of different people, including the man that brought the Patriots a couple of Super Bowls, Adam Vinatieri.
Yeah, he did. No first ballot induction for Adam Vinatieri. I think it's extremely messed up. I mean, first of all, he's the all-time points leader in the NFL.
He's the greatest kicker of all time.
He's the greatest kicker
of all time. I know it's
been
said on the show before. He is the greatest kicker of all time.
He's the greatest kicker of all time, and I will take that to the grave. And it's with all due respect to Justin Tucker, who again has had an incredible career and is someone who, throughout our generation was a lot of times being compared to Vinatieri. Sometimes even some people saying he has dethroned or will dethrone Adam Vinatieri as the greatest kicker of all time. But I think there's two things that are completely undeniable and make it absolute blasphemy that he's not in this year as a first ballot Hall of Famer. And that is, one, the points leader thing. I mean, that's valuable. That's a really impressive, important thing to have. The longevity he showed, he's still hitting long field goals even into a very old age. But the second thing is, again, not one, but 2 Super Bowls won with the swing of a leg. Both of those teams that the Patriots beat in the Super Bowl, you're talking the first one being the greatest show on turf with the St. Louis Rams and Kurt Warner leading them. And then the next one being against a Tennessee Titans team that was also incredibly – it's not Tennessee Titans, my apologies. The Carolina Panthers, speaking too fast. Both teams that are light blue and white. But 2 teams that, if those games go into overtime, you never know what could happen. And those kicks, as I mentioned in the last segment, are the ones that are remembered. I mean, you think about it, no one thinks about the kicks that Scott Norwood made. No one really thinks about it. They think about the fact that he missed a kick to win a Super Bowl for the Buffalo Bills. That is probably the most stressful position that anyone in North American professional sports can be in. The biggest championship in North American professional sports, and it comes down to a kick that you have to split the uprights on from a long distance while millions of people watch along. He did it twice. He, like I said, all-time points leader. The resume speaks for itself. The success on a couple different teams speaks for itself. I think back to what Brandon London told us on the his interview about how a unanimous selection or a first ballot selection, it should be everybody in a room deciding, hey, this guy is the best and he needs to be in here right now, and there shouldn't be really any real disagreement about it. I really need someone to sit down and explain to me what their disagreement was with Adam Vinatieri going in as the greatest kicker of all time.
And kicker's so important in those championship runs. You look at any team, and their kicker has made multiple 45-plus, 40-plus, most of them I'd even say 50-plus field goals throughout the playoffs, maybe even in the Super Bowl to help take their team over the top. As a Giants fan, I think of Lawrence Tynes and all those amazing kicks he made in the January cold. He said he couldn't feel his foot for 2 days after making a game-winning kick against the Packers in the snow. It was a 50-yarder. You need those guys to step up in big moments, and no one was better than Vinatieri at it. It's not a non-important position. I think it's one of the most important positions on the field in the playoffs. A lot of teams, when they'd be playing against Justin Tucker, you mentioned overtime, you mentioned late game, there is a fear that if the Ravens cross the 50-yard line, the game might be over because Justin Tucker's that good of a kicker. It was the same thing with Adam Vinatieri back in the good old days of his heyday, where teams were scared to even let the Patriots cross that 50-yard line because they were scared of that leg. So crucial, and not only at the end of the game. You made a great point before, Jack, too, that earlier on in games, there's so many football games where afterwards guys are talking about it and they said, if you would have made that kick in the first half, we wouldn't have had to go for 2. It would have been a totally different game. They changed the outcome of games so much, pretty much with every single kick.
I think this is an important point. It's something that Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy brought up with us, which is putting Vinatieri into the Hall of Fame does not change the parameters for kickers in the Hall of Fame. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden every kicker that's played the last 2 decades is going to get in. It's not automatically going to make Sebastian Janikowski a Hall of Famer. It's not going to put Sebastian Hofstra in.
Steven Gostkowski.
It's Adam Vinatieri is a one of one. That as he was playing, I would say the twilight years at Indianapolis, I remember talking with my dad and asking, is this guy a Hall of Famer? Is this guy a Hall of Famer? We got to Vinatieri, and it was like, yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. He's the greatest kicker of all time. You put the GOATs in at every position. That's what you should do. Now, it was a long battle here with kick returners. Devin Hester finally got in. Obviously, it wasn't first ballot. I think there's more of a stigma against returners than there are against kickers. There's been some respect shown by the NFL to the greatest kickers of all time. There's still only 5 in the Hall of Fame. If you put Vinatieri in at 6, it's not going to fundamentally change. We talked about in baseball, Joe Mauer getting in might start to reframe who gets in and the peak. If Felix Hernandez gets in, that would reframe what the boundaries are for being a Hall of Famer. This is not that. He's the NFL career leader in field goals made and in all-time points.
Yeah, and the other
He's the GOAT.
And the other thing that I think it changes the dialogue moving forward, because again, there are going to be some phenomenal kickers that in the next 10 to 20 years will be Hall of Fame eligible.
Tucker can't be a first ballot Hall of Famer if Vinatieri is not. And
there's so many kickers
this stings because it's unfortunately it's an argument that's used in baseball all the time because the writers in the good old days refused to put anyone in first ballot. So all the Willie Mays, Joe DiMaggio, and that's been leveraged against the modern guys where it's like, well, Ichiro can't be unanimous because these guys weren't unanimous.
Exactly.
Yeah. First ballot and unanimous are 2 different things, but I feel like I'm making the same argument when I'm like, well, if Vinatieri's not first ballot, then Tucker can't be. And it stinks that I have to say that because, Justin Tucker probably should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He probably will go down as the 2nd greatest kicker of the 21st century. But if you've set this precedent that Vinatieri's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, I don't know how you can now change it for anyone else.
And these decisions are going to start being made on technicalities and not what these guys actually provided to the game and the excellence that they've shown. And that, I think, is something frustrating. But again, I look at this as more. I think what makes it more. What I think makes it more of a degradation of Adam Vinatieri's career that they didn't put him in last night is because they left an open spot. It would be one thing if you filled all 5 spots, because then I could at least deflect it, because I'm not upset with any of the 4 decisions they made.
Yeah.
I'm really not. So I think it's one thing if you filled all 5 of those spots, I'd be like, you know what? 5 guys got in that deserved it. Luke Kuechly, another one that we're a little bit upset about being left out of there. If he takes that 5th spot, fine. I'd still be a little frustrated, but it would at least be like, you know what? They loaded their deck. They've sent in the next 5. We'll see Adam Vinatieri in another part. But it just feels like a bit of a slap in the face to what he did over the course of his career. That it wasn't just we picked our 5, so we can't pick you. It was like we had a spot to use, and we still didn't pick you. And that I just think is it's garbage. I'm going to be honest.
I think that goes right back to Aaron Schatz's point that we need to expand how many players can make it every season because football has the most players on the field at once. There's just the most players in general. They need to expand how many players make it.
And actually, I have to correct this because Schatz brought up a good point. The senior guys don't count for the 5. So last year, 7 guys get inducted. It's the 5 modern era. And then anyone that's part of the senior selection committee, because Sterling Sharp is part of the senior selection committee, they had 2 open spots.
Oh, my God.
So they could have put...
So Kuechly
Yeah, Yes.
Wow.
And Vinatieri.
This changes things.
This
I'm more mad.
Yeah, right?
You would have been better off not telling me that.
Oh, my God.
You would have been way better off not telling me that.
Wow.
What's
going on with the Hall of Fame committee at the NFL? What's going on?
Is there someone here we can talk to?
I'd
Are
love
any
to-
of them
I'd
here
love to have
in New
them.
Orleans?
I've kind of given up on the Eli battle. I think you
Yeah.
got Brandon London's
Brandon did a
perspective.
nice job.
I think there's enough gray area that's not the hill I'm going to die on. It would have been cool to see Eli get in first ballot. It's Vinatieri I'm upset about. It's Luke Kuechly, who I pulled up the stats. He was 8-year career, 7-time Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
I think
5-time All-Pro.
it's an unreal career. I think he's going to get talked about as one of the same way we talk about Calvin Johnson as, all right, he's not Jerry Rice, but in terms of peak, in terms of prime, Calvin Johnson might be the best receiver I've ever watched with my own two eyes. Might be the same thing about Luke Kuechly from the middle linebacker position. And I think there are other names that we necessarily didn't even dive into. I was very supportive of Steve Smith Sr. yesterday.
Yep.
Felt like he got no love and no traction last night. Marshall Yanda, there was a post that got traction of how is this guy not in the Hall of Fame, and there's so many names on this list. Obviously, Nick, Will, and I got to speak our piece. I'd like to hear, are there any ones you're particularly passionate about? Because there's a lot.
I think the Eli first ballot to me was a little rough. I mean, I understand the gray area. I understand the other quarterbacks that have similar stats that will never get close. I understand that the last name helped them out a little bit. But I think it just goes down to the fundamentals of the NFL has to expand because there's so many names in there. Like Steve Smith, you just mentioned, for example, you can't tell the story of the NFL to someone who doesn't know it without including Eli Manning and Steve Smith in it. Yet, when you name all the other names around Steve Smith, it seems to me like Steve Smith may never get in. It may be 10 years because you're only letting 5 people in. But there's so many good players. There's so many players. I think Eli Manning is a great example of this, that you cannot tell the story of the NFL from front to the end without saying Eli Manning's name multiple times, without saying Steve Smith Sr.'s name. And you just want to see guys like that, guys that belong in the story of the NFL in the Hall of Fame, yet because of the small selection, the small sample size that the NFL has offered them, we won't for some of them, and we can't see them as first
And the
first
other thing
ballots.
that bothers me a lot about, so that was going to be my answer, was Steve Smith Sr.
Yeah.
That's the one that I'm upset about. And part of it is because one of the things I think is so awesome about cornerbacks and wide receivers alike is, again, 11 men on both sides of the ball. But when you look at a quarterback, whole offensive line trying to bash his brains in. Running back, whoever's closest to him trying to tackle him. It really is so cool how cornerbacks and wide receivers, it's mini one-on-one battles within this 11-on-11 play. And what that bred, especially throughout the late 80s, into the 90s, into the 2000s, is wide receivers and cornerbacks were the divas.
Yes.
You think about the guys who had the best, most coldest phrases. I think of Chad Ochocinco saying, three certainties in life: death, taxes, and 85 always going to be open. You think about Deion Sanders, who was a punk. He was amazing, but he was a punk. These guys have so much ego and I think bring so much intensity to the game because they really do. They don't just want to beat who they're playing against. They want to degrade them.
Yeah.
They want to be so much better than them that they are scared to face them ever again. It is a one-on-one battle within an 11-on-11 battle. And when you look at Steve Smith Sr., who was kind of in the center of all of that, I mean, he was one of those guys that, we saw him walk by here. He's not freakishly large. What he was able to do at his size was unbelievable. The way that he created separation, the catches that he made, he was unbelievable. He's got the stats to be a Hall of Famer. And then I also think what he represented just as a culture piece in that Carolina locker room, he was one of those cocky guys. He was one of those smug guys that backed it up and was supplied what I think is that unique ego that cornerbacks and wide receivers bring to this game. And I think that was so valuable and I think overlooked.
And that's part of it. Because if you pull up Steve Smith's stats, great career, it's probably not first ballot Hall of Fame great. For the example of Larry Fitzgerald, who's going to go on the ballot next year, it pales in comparison. He had that number one wide receiver aura, and he was talked about. He had star power. That matters in the NFL, man. The NFL, it's a star-driven league. Like, we still talk about Chad Johnson. It's not because we can tell you exactly how many yards he had each game, because every game he played, he was electric. And he made electric moments, and even when he wasn't playing, he was electric because it was his personality. He could talk.
Yeah.
And you hear great stories about him.
T.O.
Legendary stories. There are legendary stories about Steve Smith on Baltimore, coming back to Carolina and essentially ignoring every single one of his teammates and then balling out and helping the Ravens win that game against his former team. Like, so there's all these little moments and stories that get told about Steve Smith that you go, well, this guy's a great. It's, yes, the stats are there, but also he had the star power, the storylines. That, to me, matters in the NFL and the NBA more so than it does in, say, baseball and even hockey to some extent.
My favorite clip of him, there's an NFL Films, like a mic'd up kind of video. It's him warming up for a game. He's doing his back and forth, getting stretched, and he goes, "You don't know who Steve Smith is? You go and find out today." He goes, "If you don't know who he is, you gonna know after today." It's like he had so much heart with the way that he played the game. I think it's frustrating that he didn't get the nod last night. I do think I am a bit nervous, as you mentioned, just because there's such it feels like a funnel that you're pouring a bunch of liquid into, and only a small spout is in the bottom, and you're coming out of the bottom. I think there's so many players that you can make cases for. Some are first ballot cases, some are, we'll see in a few years, cases, but there's so many guys going through, being thrown into this funnel. I do hope, and I am confident that Steve Smith will end up a Hall of Famer. If he doesn't, that's blasphemy.
Oh, and another guy I'll throw into this camp of, I think he should get in. I don't know when it's going to happen. Reggie Wayne.
Yeah,
like, to me, he's in the Steve Smith category of, all right, he's not a top 10 wide receiver of all time, but he's for me, he's the number one guy on those Indianapolis Peyton Manning teams.
Yeah.
He had the cachet of someone that when Reggie Wayne gets talked about, it's talked about as an elite all-time wide receiver. He's consistent, a consistent 1,000-plus yard receiver guy, has the Super Bowl ring, but I don't know when it's going to happen because it's just so hard. We played a game about, all right, predict the 5 that are going to get in the modern era. I don't think we got a single one.
No. Yeah. We got them all wrong because there's no telling because of the
so,
process.
Yeah.
And I think the points you guys are making where you're stepping away from stats a little bit and looking at personalities and what they brought to the game is perfect for these two guys that we were talking about before, Eli Manning and Steve Smith. Steve Smith really brought that being a gamer type of receiver to the forefront. You think of receivers, Jerry Rice, you don't really think of, trash talking, being a gamer. It's very technically sound, very fundamental, always down to block. But once you get into that 2000s, once receivers started realizing how important they are because of that one-on-one you mentioned with the corners on the outside, Steve Smith, Terrell Owens, those type of guys bought that aura, that gamer aura, that such competitive fire that is infectious to a team. Like the rest of Steve Smith's offense knew that he was going to go out there and play his tail off because of that vibe that he bought. Same thing with Eli Manning, but in a different sense. I think in the availability sense, where Eli was the first quarterback to be like, where fans were like, you don't have to be that good if you're that available all the time. Eli Manning with so many consecutive starts, just being so consistent, never being the guy to throw 4 touchdowns and no picks, but always being the guy that'll get you 2 or 3 touchdowns a game. So that consistency and availability are really what they brought to the table. And when I go back to telling the story of football, you can't talk about receivers evolving from Jerry Rice to the modern-day receiver without Steve Smith. He was one of the trailblazers of that. You can't talk about quarterbacks going from older quarterbacks that it had to be all on them to maybe quarterbacks in the 2000s where it was about defense and rushing. And if your quarterback was just healthy, that's all you needed without Eli Manning. So many things besides stats where we want these guys to be edged into football history.
We're talking about this. It feels like there's a blockage in the Hall of Fame, and who's going to get in. Schefter tweeted out who's going to become available next year, and it's not even a guarantee that these guys end up being finalists. Actually, there are going to be names on this list that aren't finalists because they're like Eli's going to be a finalist again. Kuechly's going to be a finalist again. Vinatieri, Yanda, Jari Evans, but we're pretty much dead set that Larry Fitzgerald and Drew Brees are first ballot Hall of Famers. They are going into the Hall next year.
Yes.
You also have Phillip Rivers, Jason Witten, Frank Gore, Julian Edelman, Marquise Pouncey, Shady McCoy, Thomas Davis, Greg Olson, Alex Smith, Des Bryant, Stephen Gostowski, Geno Atkins, David DeCastro, Mike Pouncey, Sean Lee, Todd Gurley, Jarrell Casey.
Yeah.
To me, you can make a case for Jason Witten. Now, Antonio Gates didn't get in first balance.
Exactly.
I don't think
That's the standard thing.
I don't think Witten has a chance. Frank Gore is, I think, partially in the Eli category of I don't know that he was ever a top 5 running back in the league, but he played for a really long time and
Yeah,
hit some
and was
milestones
consistent.
there
Yes.
at the end. Phillip Rivers is in similar Eli conversations where his stats are better than Eli, but he never won anything, but he should probably be a Hall of Famer. Edelman's a real interesting case. Injuries derail his career. Dez is an interesting case. There are a lot of names I think are on the outside looking in. Greg Olson, to me, has a really interesting case, too.
Yeah.
Shady McCoy, I think there's probably some merit to that being there, but also it's so tough with the running backs and how to pick it out. It's a conversation probably for next year's crew, and they're sitting wherever the Super Bowl is talking about it, and it gets announced. But it's just to illustrate, hey, man, one of the guys at the bottom of this list, Sean Lee, was a really good linebacker for the Cowboys for a while.
Great linebacker for a corner piece of that defense for our entire childhood.
The Pouncey brothers, they were great linemen. We're talking about Yonda and Evans not getting in. It's only going to get tougher year to year.
And then you look at Phillip Rivers. That goes back to the standard thing you were mentioning, because people will be up in arms. I will be one of them. If Phillip Rivers is a first-ballot Hall of Famer because Eli Manning wasn't, and then you go, how can Gostkowski get in if Vinatieri didn't? You just go down the list of now you set a standard by not putting Eli in, by not putting Vinatieri in. So we have to see if they stay consistent with that. I do think Larry Fitz and Drew Brees are rightfully so and will be a lock. I hope they don't mess that up.
I think Eli gets in next year.
I do too.
I'm less confident about Vinatieri and Kuechly because I think there's still competition.
I think
Kuechly gets in.
I think they put Kuechly in before
Kuechly.
Vinatieri.
I need Kuechly to go in.
Well,
I need Vinatieri to go in, to be honest with you.
So then it would be Kuechly, Eli, Larry Fitz, Drew Brees, and then there would be room for a
but
fifth.
now again, we're talking about
Julian Edelman.
We're leaving out.
I don't hate it.
We're leaving out
Super Bowl MVP.
two O-linemen that were named to the 2010s Hall of Fame team.
Yeah.
They were two of the top 5, top 10 offensive linemen in football that decade, probably top 5.
On great teams that were staples in the league.
That won Super Bowls. It's a really tough combo.
It is.
Steve, it's another year with Steve Smith not making it, be another year with Reggie Wayne not making it.
Right, we forgot about those
all
guys.
The names we just talked about wanting to get into the Hall of Fame. And then you talk about this list, it's those guys are also really good.
This is the backlog.
And half this list isn't even going to be a finalist.
You couldn't pay me enough to be left with this decision.
Right.
I couldn't do it. I really couldn't.
Baseball has it right. Pick up to 10.
Yeah.
And
move it up.
It's interesting, though. You look at baseball, it's not like 10 guys go in every year.
Right.
Five,
You can
5 or 6 go in, but there are it allows for there to be a flux when there is a flux of talent. Because to me, it's the 5 rule is so stupid because there might be a year where because luck of the draw, there are 6 first ballot Hall of Famers that retire the same year and go on the ballot the same year. Why should one be left off just because of an abstract number cutoff?
Yeah. That's the thing is I struggle with the idea of, and again, it'll happen with, you can't have a Hall of Fame where you're inducting 20 guys every year, right? There's
at a certain point, it's not a Hall of Fame.
We could do that. Yeah, but at the same time, I really struggle with the idea of looking at a group of guys that are eligible for a Hall of Fame, and knowing in your heart of hearts that this guy is a Hall of Famer. I'm just not giving it to you this year because this might be a little on the intense side. Not every player lives to see themselves get inducted into the Hall of Fame. There's old players that get inducted. Did any of you ever expect that Kobe Bryant wouldn't see his Hall of Fame induction?
Yeah.
You have to appreciate your greats while they're here. Like I said, it has to be a Hall of Fame. I'm not saying that they should put half the league in the Hall of Fame every year. Then it's not a Hall of Fame. But it's just the 5 rule is weird, and then it's even more weird to not use the 5 slots that you're allotted.
Oh my gosh, not even using
with
it?
the crew that they the eligible names that they have this year.
Slots
it makes no
open
sense
on that year's class. Where I can assure you there are at least 2 more Hall of Famers.
100%.
I'm
first
still
ballot, there
perplexed.
are 2 more first ballot Hall of Famers on that list. I get first ballot matters, but when we're playing this numbers game, it's not baseball where the limits isn't as restrictive. If there are 2 Hall of Famers on that list, even if you're like, Eli Manning shouldn't be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but it's going to get tougher year to year. Got to put him in.
The backlog is just going to
Tallant
keep getting worse and worse, too.
We're going to have Jason Worth in a second. We're going to take a quick break and get right back.
Big time.
What's up, everyone? I'm Lou Orlando.
I'm Nick Guzman.
And I'm Chaz McAdams.
We're your broadcasters for Fordham men's basketball.
Led by Jackie Johnson, Keith Urgo's Rams are looking to make waves in the 100th anniversary season at the Rose Hill Gym.
We've got you covered for the highs, the lows, the X's and O's as Fordham takes on the gauntlet of the A10.
Don't miss a game. 90.7 FM WFUV is the home of Fordham men's basketball.
I'm Chaz McAdams.
And I'm Ben Oppenheimer.
And we are two of your hosts for On the Hill, the flagship podcast of Fordham Athletics.
We'll be talking about everything from football at Moglia Stadium
to hoops at the historic Rose Hill Gym.
Discussing the ins and outs of all Ram athletes, teams, and big games.
If you want to be part of the Ramily, then listen to On the Hill from WFUV Sports.
Back in Radio Row, one-on-one, Super Bowl 59. We have another special guest for you here on the show. It's Jason Worth, 2008 World Series winner with the Philadelphia Phillies and former Major League All-Star. Jason, thank you for taking the time. We were talking a little bit as we were walking to the table. It's your first Radio Row. How are things shaping out for you?
Good. I didn't even know I needed to come to Radio Row. I didn't know this was a thing, right? So I'm glad I came. This is pretty cool. I'm obviously here to promote my my new horse racing venture. We got a podcast going, Icon Racing, LFG on all socials, and Off the Rail podcast presented by Icon Racing, YouTube and Spotify. I'm new at this whole social media game, so for years I would despise all social media and refused to do it. Now here I am promoting a podcast. So.
Well, earlier yesterday we had an Eagles wide receiver, Jason Avant, that he retired. He got into salsa dancing. How does an MLB player get into horse racing?
Yeah, I think you got to find something, right? Salsa. I should have thought about that. Maybe. Man, I don't know where I'm going with this. But, the horse racing thing has been fun. I didn't really know that there was a void that I needed filled, and so I started playing golf with these guys that own Florida-breds, and come in from playing golf, they start watching these races, and I know outside of the Triple Crown and the Kentucky Derby, like most sports fans, I know very little about horse racing. So, it's like Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm like, is this a rerun? What are you guys watching? And they're like, no, dude, I own the 6 here. Like, wow. you own the 6 here, like. How do you do that? So over the next 6 months, I figured out this is something I want to take part in, and I bought a piece of a horse and went and watched it run at Tampa Bay Downs. It's like a kind of a lower level race, and I could not believe how amazing it was. The pre-race anxiety, all the nerves building up to it, how amazing these creatures are, how small the jockeys are. And they
they're so tiny.
And they're they're riding 40 miles an hour on top of this this wild animal, essentially, this wild creature.
Yeah.
It's I'm like, geez, this is nuts.
The strength that horses have is unreal.
It's crazy. They're going 40 miles an hour. So then, I'm like, all right. So then they get in the gate, and then the gate's open and they're running, and I felt like I was back on the field again. I felt like I was playing. So then I'm like, oh man, this is filling a void I didn't even know I had, right? And so this is like a Tuesday afternoon at Tampa Bay Downs, at the lowest level of the minor leagues of racing. And over the next few years, I started getting into it more, get better horses, running bigger races. And then this past year, I owned part of a horse named Dornick, and he ran 10th in the Kentucky Derby, won the Belmont, the Haskell.
Wow.
Was up for 3-year-old of the year. Didn't get it, but literally life-changing. Last year was just incredible.
So the more and more that you've gotten into horse racing, I'm sure you've gotten to travel around to some different racetracks, see different parts of the country. I know the interest is a lot stronger in certain regional areas.
Sure.
I had a sister that went to University of Kentucky, so I got to go to a racetrack called Keeneland. Yes, very well known.
How cool is that?
It was beautiful.
Yeah,
I mean,
beautiful.
The outfits people were wearing, and it was very cool. there wasn't a blade of grass out of place.
Right.
It was the most beautiful
It
thing I've
is.
ever seen. But I felt that very same thing that you felt, where I'm in the crowd and there's these animals, there's just these horses. I don't know any of these people, and I haven't even had money on it, and I'm like anxious before the race because
Right.
they're about to be intense. Do you have a favorite track that you've been to so far? Because I know you just mentioned Belmont Stakes.
Well, I mean, Churchill Downs obviously is unbelievable. You run the Kentucky Derby there. Keeneland is an incredible place, in Lexington. This year they ran the Belmont in Saratoga. Saratoga is like this little town in North New York, and like during the summer, the whole city shuts down and becomes this mecca for horse racing. Like people come from all over the world to watch. And Saratoga Racetrack is the oldest venue in North America sports.
Really?
Yes, it's been there longer than I think about that. So it's like the Wrigley Field or the Fenway Park of horse racing. So you go, and it's like that. This whole throwback feel to it. It's really a cool place. And then we go, and we win the first time the Belmonts ever ran there. We win a Triple Crown race, and it literally was like, you go on AmericasBestRacing.com, and they were there that day. We were all mic'd up and had cameras on us. So you can see the utter elation and just full freak out after we won. So it was quite an experience. And then from there, like Dornock really he's changed our lives to the point where now we're starting a racing syndicate. We've got a podcast. I got social media. Like it's been a really cool. The last 12 months has been just insane.
So I got a baseball question for you here, Jason. Now we're getting to a point. Chase Utley on the Hall of Fame ballot. Cole Hamels on the Hall of Fame ballot next year. Chase still on there. We'll see Cole for the first time next year. What's the pitch for those two in particular to make the Hall of Fame? You guys were part of a really good World Series winning team, but also a great run of Philadelphia Phillies teams. What's the pitch to put both of those guys in the Hall?
So I would, with Chase, Chase is one of the best players I ever played with. He's the best teammate I ever had. The problem with the Hall of Fame is about volume, right? Chase had some injuries later in his career. Volume is going to be the issue. Like, he's a Hall of Fame player, for sure. But did the injuries, take away from him not having enough volume? So we'll see. In my mind, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but getting into the Hall of Fame is not easy. Cole, on the other hand, has the volume. He pitched for long enough. I'd have to go back and look at his numbers, but that the first prerequisite for me is volume. So Cole has that. He pitched for a long time. So we'll see. I'm part of more of an elite group actually than the Hall of Fame group. I'm in the 0% club. So if you get on the ballot and you don't get any votes, you get kicked off the ballot, and you're part of the 0% club because you got 0% of the votes. So the night they did the voting a couple years ago, or whenever it was last time when I was on the ballot, I get a text from Pat Birle that says, "Welcome to the 0% club. We do a potluck every 10 years. We'll send you an email, and you get a jacket or something, a Letterman jacket. I think it's a joke, but I didn't even know that the voting was going on. I wasn't expecting to get in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if I was expecting to get any votes, but I definitely wasn't expecting to get into the 0% club. I didn't even know it existed. So there you have it. I mean, it's a pretty elite. It's an elite group.
We're in an interesting spot as 21, 22-year-olds where we're starting to see the players we grew up watching, like yourself, get into the Hall of Fame or be up for the Hall of Fame and not get in. Like Curtis Granderson not getting in. I knew he wasn't a Hall of Famer, but that hurt me deep. He was like the first player I ever fell in love with. One of the things I think our generation is starting to push for is less of an emphasis on the duration of your career and how long was your peak. Like, to me, I watched Felix Hernandez. I mean, his peak was unreal. That's a Hall of Fame caliber guy. I know you said one of the big prerequisites right now is you have to have the volume. What's your opinion?
Not right now, like for forever.
Right.
Like, so I think the standards are high, and it's a really small class of people. I saw a thing the other day that said if you, I think they used where the stadium where the Reds play. If you took all the baseball players that have ever played baseball in the big leagues, you could fit them all into that stadium, and still have like 10,000 seats left.
Wow.
So
it's unbelievable.
It is, and it's a very elite group to begin with, right? The Hall of Fame, to me, is the biggest accomplishment in all of sports because of that. So I think if you start taking away what the requirements are, then you start to kind of erode the fabric of what that means to me. Like, I'm a third generation big leaguer. My grandpa played 19 years in the big leagues. My uncle played. My dad played. Like, so, I look, I had Hall of Fame years. I didn't have a Hall of Fame career, right? So I think that's what separates it. And before we start, taking down records and doing that whole thing, I would prefer to keep it the way it is.
Now, I have a pair of quick questions for you. Now, before you came over here, we were talking about that Phillies World Series team you were on. Just we were talking about before you came over just how absolutely stacked it was. We were just going through the names, how much talent there was both on the pitching staff, and you had Shane Victorino, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, so many just pivotal pieces in that team that were just so talented, took you guys so far. What's your relationship like with a lot of the members of that team to this day?
Yeah, so I played on a lot of good teams. I played on teams, almost every team I played on, we made the playoffs or won the division. I didn't play on any wild card teams, so they're all division winners. So those teams are good teams. But if you don't win, like, there's no real bond. Like, you can remain friends with people, but it's not the same.
Right.
That team and that 08 team, that has an everlasting bond. That will last for eternity. Like, I mean, those relationships and friendships that you make when you win is like nothing else. So, like, that group is still really tight. Talk to most of those guys. When we get together, like picking up right where we left off, it's special. And it's not like it is with other teams. Like, there's go back for, stuff with the Nats. And yes, you have those bonds, and yes, you have good friends, and you had good times. You played on good teams, but it's not as special as when you win a World Series. And we just, we won one. We got beat by the Yankees in the second one. I can't imagine, like, when you have those dynasty teams like the Yankees had, those teams or whatever. Like, I mean, those got to be just crazy reunions. I said earlier, the guys did another show. They're Yankees fans, whatever. They're busting me up about the 09 getting beat or whatever. And I said, look, I mean, we were never going to win in 09. We were literally playing against ghosts. I mean, it was like there was ghosts on the field. I mean, we're playing against, like Yankees legends and lore. It was just overwhelmingly, tough to overcome. And if you've seen the Boston Red Sox show that they just came out with about
on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a documentary, docuseries, whatever. And they talk about it. They said they didn't take batting practice on the last day because they weren't going to get they put up like the Yankees history show or whatever. And I think it's Millar's like, we didn't take batting practice. We weren't going to go out there. We weren't going to let them lull us to sleep. And like do all that whole thing. It's like it's true. Like they have this mystique about them, and that's how they broke the curse. They didn't take batting practice that last day. So.
And then the other question I had for you, I'm about to finish up my senior season with Fordham's club baseball team, which means after that, I'm off to adult league, and I noticed there's very, maybe beer league softball, maybe adult baseball, whatever. There's very, documented on the internet. You have some success in someone's adult league. There's a video of you hitting an absolute nuke.
Yeah, I can't get away from this.
Yeah, you can't get away from it. Can I'm sure your requests are long. I'm sure there's other people trying to sign you to a 10-day to their adult league team. Do you think would you hook me up if you wanted to came with me?
That was a one-time deal. I played that because there was a guy that actually got shot in the congressional baseball shooting when Scalise got shot. Mm-hmm. He was their coach. He's like a staffer, worked on the Hill. His name's Matt Micah. He got shot that day twice. I went to see him in the hospital, and I was on the DL. So like, hey, will you go see one of the survivors? I was like, sure. I go in there. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's like dead. And I said, hey, once you get better, we get you out to Nats Park. So he got better. We got him out. The next year, we got him back out. I played some catch with him. The year after that, he took some batting practice. I retire. A week later, he calls me and he says, hey, I'm finally getting back on the field and playing in a game, a men's league game. Will you come and play with me? And I was like, all right.
That's awesome.
I'll play in this one game. So now I just retire, right? I'm playing in AAA. Like I was getting ready to go to the big leagues, pulled my hamstring, and I was like, I'm done. I'm 39. I'm tuned up for like 95. Like that's my my timing, my eyes, whatever. These guys are throwing like 75.
Yup.
So it's like you guys are probably too young for Bugs Bunny, but like,
Oh, no, we love Bugs Bunny.
Right, so remember
Cultured.
the Bugs Bunny where the guy throws like the super slow ball, and Bugs Bunny's like 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
That was me.
You're swinging right through it.
I swung 3 times on one pitch and struck out. So I strike out, I ground out, and then all of a sudden, these guys, they're all I'm playing in D.C., Arlington, right outside D.C., so they're all Nats fans, Like pretty soon the other team's like chirping me, They're like, who is this guy? Like, we don't even know who he is, And so the guy goes 3-0, my third at bat, and the catcher's like, let's go. He didn't come here to walk. He throws the ball back to him. He's like, I don't even know who he is. And it pissed me off.
Rightfully so.
It pissed me off.
I don't even know who he is. Are you kidding me?
And the next pitch, I hit over the scoreboard, over the lights.
Yeah.
And I'm rounding the bases, and I thought to myself, I said, this is it. I'm never playing another game in my life.
You're riding off into the
So
sun.
to answer your question, no.
Oh, come on. All right.
Club baseball needs
It was worth a try. Yeah.
Valiant effort.
It was worth a try.
Well, Jason, thank you so much for taking the time out to chat with us. Jason Worth, 2008 World Series champion with the Philadelphia Phillies. That's it, right? Are we all done here?
You want to plug the
racing
one more time?
Go check out our podcasts on YouTube and Spotify. Off the Rails by Icon Racing. The social media Icon Racing LFG. I'll let you guys figure out what that stands for. You guys might be too young for that, but
can't say it on Fordham Airways.
Come to a race and you'll know what it means.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Awesome.
All
Well,
right, guys.
Thank you for tuning in to Radio Row Super Bowl 59. It's been a blast. That's all we got here.
Go Birds.